Pardon? Okay. We done a sound check, Faye? Are you good to hear us? Faye, are you out there? Councillor McGee,
Good morning.
You hear us?
Great to see you all.
Nope.
I am.
All righty. Just doing a sound check.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Good morning.
Councillor Hugo, are you on the line?
All right. Morning, everybody. It is 8:30. It is February the 9th. It is really nice and chilly outside this morning. And I will bring the meeting to order at 8:30. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions, deletions? Yes, Councillor Christie.
Can I do a quick community or committee report on community futures?
Okay, 10.1, council and committee reports, community futures. Anything else? Yes.
With council's indulgence, we're requesting that we add an RMA topic. This would be RMA main issues question.
And that would be where in new business?
Yes.
8.4, RMA. Is there anything else? Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. We have got a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry, I didn't catch your vote. Yes? Okay, so that is, thank you. I got you, Faye. Okay, so that is, do we have Councillor Hugo on? Does anybody know? Councillor Hugo, what is your vote? Councillor Hugo, can you hear us? Well, we will say that the agenda was carried. We've pre-circulated the minutes of the January 26th meeting. Are there any errors, omissions? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to accept the January 26th meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried. Our next agenda item is 4.1, Highway 27, Torrington speed reduction. And welcome, Mr. Buchert. And anytime you're ready, Brad.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. 4.1 RFD is a administration received an email from Alberta Transportation requesting a letter of support for a speed reduction along Highway 27. The current speed limit on Highway 27 through Torrington is 50K. Upon the review from Alberta Transportation, it was found that there was no transition zone of 70Ks at this section of the highway. There's an attachment on this sheet that kind of shows the proposed. So according to the transportation guidelines, those transitions are recommended when there is a roadway speedway reduction of more than 40 kilometers an hour Adding transition zone of 70K would help in reducing the speed of motorists before entering the corporate limits of the 50K zone. So I think they received a number of complaints from villagers of Torrington on either side. Yeah, so this is some of their resolution of how they're gonna solve that problem. So administration is proposing that council send a letter of support to Alberta Transportation regarding the speed limit changes to Highway 27 located in the Torrington region. So the recommended motion would be the council write that letter of support. We've attached a letter to this, what that would look like for that reduction in speed along Highway 27 coming into Torrington.
Any questions for Mr. Buchert? Councillor Keiver.
On the east side of Torrington, Brad, would the 70 start beyond the 805? To the east of 805?
It'd be, Councilor Keiver, it would be just after by the look of it. They've got their kilometer zones, which, I mean, it's hard to tell, but it does show it after to the west of the 805.
And on the west side, what would it be? The other road allowance, or?
Well, I'm not quite sure where their 28.18 kilometer is, point on here. Looking at the map, I would say it's probably close to Bowers. No, I don't think it'd be quite as far as 263, but probably the crest of the hill, somewhere in there, right around Bowers, new residence to the west there.
Councillor Christie.
Okay, this is gonna be a little off topic. The streetlights on that piece of road are ours or the Alberta highways?
Highways.
That's a good question. I don't know the exact answer. My guess would be the highways, but again, it'd be
Okay,
something
then-
I could look into.
Then my question is, can we get an LED light where the crosswalk is at the hotel? I've driven there for 40 years. In the last 3 months, there's been pedestrians on there after dark that you can't see under that streetlight.
Again, Councilor Christie, we could take that back, ask transportation and ask ATCO Electric. So ATCO is the provider. We do have streetlights that we pay for within Torrington. Exactly where those are, which ones are ours, which ones are theirs, would be something I could check out and get back to you on.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Councillor King.
I'm not opposed at all to the idea of having those reductions there. One of the things I find about these kind of reductions, and you see it at the Three Hills intersection here all the time, is it does give people a false sense of security. And they assume people are following those speed reduction limits. And so I guess my comment would be is, if we're going to do this, maybe we should be looking for some selective enforcement in conversation with RCMP or whoever to see if we can get some enforcement there to try to educate the public that this is now there.
Councillor King, we could definitely pass that on even to our own enforcement that can handle traffic by Traffic Safety Act for speeds. So it's something we can pass on. We can also pass on to Alberta Transportation, hoping that they stick something up there that says new. They got those big bright 30 by 30 new signs. If there's any indication that they were willing to put that up too, just so people see that, so.
Councillor Keiver.
The RCMP, they can enforce the speed limit there, but our people can too, can't they?
Councillor Keiver, yeah, that is correct, yeah. And that would be, Olds would be the RCM, or Torrington would be the RCMP out of Olds. That would be the jurisdiction for that area.
That was always a 50, Glenn.
If I can,
Councillor Penner.
Oh, just, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Hogan.
sorry, just to clarify part of that, we would have to check to see which areas of that would be enforceable within within Torrington. Generally, the peace officers don't have jurisdiction on 1- and 2-digit roads. So there are some areas of that we likely would not be able to enforce, but it would depend on exactly where the locations are. So, but the primary one, RCMP would have jurisdiction the entire way.
Councillor Penner, did you have a question?
I didn't have a question, just that I'm surprised this hasn't happened sooner. Like, it's a very busy road and whatnot else. So I'm prepared to make the motion that council write a letter of support to Alberta Transportation to reduce the speed limit on Highway 27 in the Torrington region.
Okay, we have a motion. Does anyone want to put anything else in that motion? Councillor Christie?
Do we want, I don't know if we want streetlights in there or just a recommendation that we follow up on that.
Mr. Hogan, any comments?
No, just as Mr. Burkert said, we can follow up with the entities at B to see about that street light. So we can't guarantee you that it can change, but we can make those inquiries.
Okay, well, I'm sure Mr. Burkert, you can add something else to your plate now. Okay, so we have a motion that council write a letter of support to Alberta Transportation to reduce the speed on Highway 27 in the Torrington region. Is there any more discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, thanks, Brad. Our next agenda item, 5.2, Mr. McKiernan. And anytime you're, what? Oh, sorry, Councillor McGee.
Good morning. I need to ask to be recused from this piece.
All right, let the record show that Councillor McGee is, Councillor McGee has a pecuniary interest and she will not be participating in this next agenda item. Thank you, Faye. Okay, now, anytime you're ready, Mr. McKiernan.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. So this morning I bring forth to you a request for decision brought forth in regards to the Orkney Water Co-op. So Kneehill County was approached by a representative of the Orkney Water Co-op in regards to the county assuming the operation and ownership of the small water system that services a small area of residences in the east or in the southeast of the county. So in this RFD, I've kind of gone through a bit of points to discuss and just to kind of give some information on the current Orkney Water Co-op. So it is a small water system. It has approximately 15 kilometers of HEP pipeline. It's got 3 isolation valves, so it's 13 cubic meter underground concrete reservoir, a small little pump house, and it runs off 2 groundwater wells. To pressure up the system, it's got a distribution jet pump and a pressure tank. It has 9 metered customers, and 2 of those customers have a secondary meter for larger volumes, so for their agricultural use. As well, the community hall is serviced, but it's unmetered, and they just basically fill up a cistern tank when there is a function going on. We have, through talking with the representative, it's understood that there is some issues with the chlorine residual / dosing, as well as high THMs. So there are a few little issues that I think that need to be worked on out of there. So the co-op, they currently bill once a year, so there would be some changes if we were. They bill once a year to its members, and the base rate is $30 a month, and then they have $5 per 1,000 gallons for household. And then for those large users, they charge $2 per 1,000 gallons. And the reasoning for the difference in that rate is just because that second well was drilled and the majority of that money was paid for by the people who are using that for livestock and spraying and stuff, so they got a little less of a price there. So the next part of this discussion, I just want to kind of take you through a couple of things if Kneehill County were to become the owners and operators of this system. We've identified some costs, and there would be some immediate costs associated with including this as a requirement of an operator visit the pump house. We'd have to be there each workday, just because there is no continuous monitoring of this system. And below are some of the estimations. So we have utilities at $16.40 per year, and this was actually given to us by the representative, so that we're kind of using his number on that one. Insurance, I'm just kind of going off other systems, so it's about $2,000 a year. Probably would be less because this system's a lot smaller, but we'd have to, when that time comes, have to look. Water testing would be at $800 a year, and that's the THM lead chemical analysis that we have to do as per code. And that's, again, I take that off of basically a place like Huxley or Wimborne and what we have to do there. Sodium hypochlorite, what we would do for the treatment for that system. And this is basically, we supply Orkney right now. We help them with they basically buy it off, and that's what they use is about $150 a year. Department maintenance and supplies, I put it $1,000, and that's just a guess. I mean, that's for anything to repairing the heaters inside the pump house or doing this and that kind of maintenance and stuff on that thing. So to further kind of go on to this discussion, so from what we know of the system currently, we've kind of identified some recommendations for the upgrades to the water system to accommodate the operation as well as facilitate the reading of the meters for our billing. So our first, and these aren't things that you have to be paid for, these are just our recommendations. So the first one would be at the reservoir. Since they're having some issues with their chlorine residuals and stuff like that, we believe there is some issues inside that reservoir where we're basically short-circuiting. So our recommendation is to basically reconfigure the location of the water well inlet into the reservoir to create that mixing of the new water with the old water, and maybe consider a small recirculation pump to keep that water moving around. Another recommendation at the pump house would be for online chlorine residual monitoring. So right now they don't have any. So this would basically be like our other pump houses where we continuously monitor the chlorine inside the building, as well as install some more remote alarms to include intrusion alarms, chlorine level alarms, pressure alarms, reservoir alarms. They do have a distribution pressure alarm right now and I think it was a reservoir level alarm. But right now that consists of basically an amber light on outside of their pump house. So it doesn't actually notify anyone. With these alarms, it would be like our other pump houses where we get the notification right away that something's an alarm. The distribution part of the thing, some recommended issues would be the installation of some sample and flush stations, just so that we have an area where we can go and do our testing. As well as this one was more of a, if we did take this over, it's a recommendation, but it almost would be something that we would have to do to get in line with our meters, and that is replacing the water meters. And that cost is there as well. So that would just be so that we can basically roll it into our billing and that sort of thing. The optional distribution as well is to install meter lift stations. And this is on here just because there are some areas where we are unsure of where maybe their meters are located, and it may be difficult to actually to replace them without more work than just going in and doing unlocking and a couple nuts and stuff. So I guess to close this off, operationally, it may be prudent to redefine the limits also of the flow rates of this system and propose that the system only be a flow system, filling cisterns at 0.5 imperial gallons per minute. This may not be ideal for higher volume users, and a decision or solution may be required with consultation with the residents of Orkney as well. The county would not be interested in taking responsibility for maintaining any of the individual cisterns that they have on, just because it's it's more of a, we believe more of a resident issue with their cisterns, so. So the financial implications of this, basically I have, so based off the above notes, annually, we have for operational costs, $5,590. This doesn't include our labor and our truck, that we would be there each day. As well as the recommended upgrades would be approximately $54,730. This includes that meter lift station amount though. So that's kind of something that may not, you know, it's kind of a nice thing, but isn't a necessity, I guess. And for revenue, based off of their total water usage that we got from the representative of Orkney, and then throwing it into our rate of, we'll say like a Wimborne and Huxley, which are also groundwater, is at $2 cubic meters, and the monthly flat rate, we'd see the revenue of $6,564. I have attached a map of the Orkney water system. This didn't come from Orkney. We kind of did this one up ourselves. So we're pretty sure this is what it looks like. So you can see 2-inch pipe is in the blue, and the 1-inch is the yellow. The pump house is the square that's way on, kind of on the left side of the map. That's where the small pump house and the wells are. You see the 2 green circles, those are the wells. And then from there, it sends the water out to the east into that Orkney area there. So for council, the options, I guess, is to direct administration to discuss the Orkney Water Co-op, a plan for Kneehill County to assume ownership and operation for the total water system. Council to direct administration to respond to the Orkney Water Co-op that they are not able to assume ownership or provide operational assistance at this time, or to receive as information.
Thanks, John. Is there any questions? Councillor Keiver.
So obviously, these wells don't produce much water, but if we took over this thing and those wells both went dry, are we on the hook then for drilling, trying to find them some water?
Through the reef, Councillor Keiver, if we took ownership, then yeah, then we would be. But my understanding is that these wells are can suffice of what they're doing right now. So, but yeah, if the wells run dry, then we're the owner and operator, so we'd have to obviously fix that too.
Councillor Keiver.
Another question, with these upgrades, would that eliminate somebody having to go there every day?
Through the reef, technically it would, but operationally, it's still a matter of going there because alarms will tell you one thing, but actually going into these pump houses and listening and seeing are actually is something more beneficially operationally. But it would give us that when we're not there, then we'd get that alarm.
We've got 8 connections on that line, do we, Mr. McKiernan? Or not we, they. Sorry. Through the reef, sorry, they currently have 9 metered customers, and then they have the hall. The hall.
Yeah.
So the hall's on top of that.
The hall, I believe, is also run off of a fire, like a farm hydrant, I think. Don't.
All right. And it's currently half a gallon per minute, the flow?
Reef, I don't believe there is any restrictions on it as of right
Okay.
now. They just flow what they can into their cisterns when they need it, and then.
No, I meant going into the connections into the homes and stuff.
As far as I know, Reeve, there is no
Okay.
restriction. Yeah.
So for us to do an alarm system, we would need internet, correct?
That's correct, Reeve, yeah.
And I would expect that we would be setting something up bouncing off the SRC tower?
We would probably go through Drum Wireless like we have with our other sites, and I'm not sure. I think that they're on that tower, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, as long as that tower's still there,
Yeah.
because that's coming up further in our conversations today. All right, Councillor Penner, you had a question.
The wells are currently sitting on private land. Would we have to purchase that land or the acre around the wells and the pump house?
Through the reef, from my understanding with talking with the representative, that those are already in with the Orkney Water Co-op. They already have their easements and stuff for those. So I don't believe there would be any purchase that we would have to do ourselves.
A few years back, we were asked to participate in either helping or taking over the Orkney Water Co-op. I can't remember how far back. Were you part of that?
Yes, Reeve. So we were asked not to really own it, but to operate it.
Good.
So we gave them a number, I believe, of how much it would cost for us to go there each day with our truck, labor, and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think they were, I don't think the cost was what they were looking for, so.
Yeah, okay. That's how I remember it too. Councillor Petter?
So is it out of the way for our water guys, to go that way, then down to Kirkpatrick, or do they go Gamble, Kirkpatrick? I'm not sure how you guys work. Is it really out of the way, is my question.
Through the reef, Councillor Penner, that would be something we'd look at if we were to take it over, how we would rearrange our routes. But right now, we do have an operator that goes down the south there into the Granger area, into the Kirkpatrick area. So that would probably just become part of that, where when you come and do your loop, you would just kind of come up that way instead of, so we would make it work. I mean, it wouldn't be like we'd leave from Three Hills each day to make sure that we go there and back, right? It wouldn't be a one-way, it'd be all part of our run.
Councillor King?
So in your RFD here, John, I understand then we were talking about increasing the cost of water to them as well, right? Because we are saying it would be the same as the Huxley and Wimborne system, which is $2 a cubic meter. And they're currently getting $5 cost for 3.79 cubic meters. So they would see a higher cost for water ultimately as well, correct?
Through the reef, Councillor King, yeah, they would probably see a little bit of an increase in water.
Okay, and that would also impact the high water volume users because they're getting quite a discount on the water that they're purchasing. Also, if we were talking flow restrictions, has any of that been in conversation with them, and do they realize what that might do to their water supply?
Through the reef, Councillor King, that would be part of our conversation with them. We haven't had that yet with them. It is just us as operators looking at the system and seeing how it would best be run. That would be our recommendation to them, but they may not agree with it and stuff. So that would be part of the conversations we would have.
Councillor King?
I guess the reason I'm asking, like the direction that you're sort of suggesting that we might want to take is to discuss with the Orkney Water Co-op a plan. So is it more we're exploring rather than assuming that as the discussion goes on that we would assume ownership and operation? Or is this more an exploratory mission that you're on to find out if it's actually going to work out or not, and whether they'd be willing to operate within our system under the new guidelines?
So through the reef, Councillor King, yeah, that's kind of correct. I'm kind of more here to see if council is interested in us actually exploring this, and if you have any interest yourselves of taking over this water system. And if you did have that, then I would then start open conversations with the Orkney Water Co-op and explain what we would want, what they would want, and then come back to council with an actual plan for for the Orkney Water Co-op. Then at that time, then you could decide if that is beneficial to the county or not on your guys's. But right now, I'm just kind of looking for you guys to say, yeah, this is interesting. Go out there, talk to them, bring us back a plan, and then we'll decide on that. So this isn't for sure like, I'm not asking you guys right now to decide if, yes, we'll take it over no matter what, just to go into these conversations and bring us back a plan for us to decide more on.
If I could, Mr. Eve, just to follow up. So basically, on the projections that you're giving us for water sales, based on their 2019 total, we would, on our operating costs, we'd break even and make a little bit of money, but in general, the system itself, with the upgrades in that, we would be we would be behind for a period of time, for sure.
To the Reeve, Councilor King, that's correct, yeah. There would be a bit of an investment in it to do some of those recommended upgrades that we have. And yeah, I mean, the operating costs are based off of past things. I mean, that department maintenance supplies may not be 1,000, it may be a lot less, but you're looking pretty close to that. And that's if they continue the same water usage that they have, right?
So we are not looking to have a conversation about who pays the upgrading costs? Or are we looking at that? Because we'll have that internet cost, the alarms, well pits possibly.
That's right, yeah. We would have to discuss with them as well, like when we took over other co-ops, I wasn't around when we did it, but there was a payment from the county to them for their assets. But then maybe if we have to these upgrades and stuff like that, maybe then there's a balance in there somewhere, but it'd all be part of the discussions for sure.
Yeah, I remember we looked at what the value of those other systems was, or what remaining value there was. I do believe one of them, there was no remaining value, so, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff to think about. Are there any other questions for Mr. McKiernan? Councillor Penner?
Not necessarily a question, but just to bring to their attention, I don't think this community hall should be any different than the other community halls in our thing, where they have to pay for their water, for their usage, just so that you bring that to their attention, please.
To the Reeve, yeah, we would. Yeah.
Councillor King?
Yeah, I'm just also, I guess one of my concerns would be these large water users. If they're currently getting their water at quite a substantial discount, and whether that would impact the overall water use if all of a sudden they decided, well, spray water I'm going to haul from an alternate source, although they don't. What's our bulk water rates at our bulk stations?
It's currently $5 a cube.
So they'd still be cheaper for them to use this system as opposed to go to our bulk water stations. Okay.
Councillor Christie?
If we take this system over, it's at capacity now, or it could handle more users. Does that go into the decision or not?
To the Reeve, Councilor Christie, I don't have an answer for that one, unfortunately, because we don't really have a model on that system at all. So we don't really know the performance, but just based off of the pump and the size of the reservoir that they have, that's why we're looking at that, lowering it to a trickle feed, right? So, but yeah, I'm not sure on that answer. I don't have a model for it. So.
Councillor King?
I think I'll make a motion then, and I'm going to change it slightly, that we direct administration to explore with the Orkney Water Co-op a plan for Kneehill County to possibly assume ownership and operation of that system. So I'm more interested in the exploration of that, and then perhaps it could come back to us as council to say, this is what we found out, this is kind of now what we're looking at, and then we go from there. So my motion would be to explore with the Orkney Water Co-op a plan for Kneehill County to assume ownership and operation of the system.
All righty. We have the motion on screen before us. Move to direct council move to direct administration to explore with Orkney Water Co-op a plan for Kneehill County to assume ownership and operation of the system. Is there any discussion to that motion? Go ahead, John.
Sorry, I know this isn't my time to speak, but
I'm going to give it to you anyway.
I just thought that I would maybe just add that when we're like, we had a motion to discuss with the people east of Three Hills about water connection out there. That area does include Orkney as well. So I don't know if that changes anything in people's minds, but I just thought about that, and I thought I should bring it up before the motion is passed as well.
So this system would be rolled into?
Possibly could, right? We're doing that we're engaging with the community to see what the thoughts are on water out there with the residents. So, and that area does include that Orkney, so they may or may not like it since there's already a system that they're using, but I just thought I would.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing that forward. Does that change your motion at all, Councillor King?
No, I don't think so. I know that the two are potentially related, and that might be something that administratively we as a county have to consider in the conversation that we have with the Orkney Water Co-op. But I don't think it would preclude us having a conversation separate with the Orkney people as compared to the rest of the potential water users in the east portion of the county. So no, I'll leave my motion stand.
All right, so we do have a motion. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Mr. Hogan, would you like to weigh in on it, or are you just going to stay silent?
No, I think John has covered it quite well.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, if there is no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and that motion is carried unanimously because Councillor McGee has recused herself. Okay, good. Thanks, John. Is anybody looking for a break? No breaks? Not ready yet, so alrighty. So I'm gonna rejig our agenda. I see we have representatives from the town of Trochu and the Trochu Housing Corporation. So can we bring agenda item 7.2 forward? Alrighty. Mr. Hogan, I take it you're bringing this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve. The item before you is a continuation of a discussion that council has been having for a while now. So this is from the town of Trochu and Trochu Housing Corporation. As council is aware, the county has received a request to provide some form of financial backing to the entities in question to facilitate the construction of a senior supportive living facility. So at the last regular council meeting, the town of Trochu asked council to consider a motion that is contained in your RFD. After debate on the topic, council passed a motion that administration be directed to prepare a framework related to possible support of the Trochu Housing Corporation project and to have that prepared for this meeting. So the RFD that's in front of you is the culmination of that. Some of the advice that we're giving and some of the advice that we were given in consultation with legal counsel. So I'll go through the RFD at this time. So the town of Trochu is proposing a seniors living complex be constructed within the town of Trochu. The proposed project represents a $32 million project and represents a variety of housing options contained within. The project would be undertaken by the Trochu Housing Corporation, the THC, which is a municipally owned entity. The town of Trochu is the sole owner of that corporation. The THC and the town will be seeking to finance the project through a combination of grant funding, life lease sales, and financing. They're anticipating a round of provincial grant funding to be released soon and plan on making application for approximately $19 million. The town does not have the capacity to finance this borrowing themselves without ministerial approval. As council is aware, the Municipal Government Act outlines debt limits and debt servicing limits for municipalities. So the amount required here would be far in excess of what the town by itself could apply for within the current MGA. However, that could be extended with a ministerial order. Municipal Affairs and the Minister would look at a number of factors before making that determination. So while that's possible, it's not a guarantee. They've asked the county to provide financial backing to allow financing to occur, and possibly, depending on the nature of the grant, whether that is cash flow or backing a loan. So there are different elements there that might come into play, should such be needed. It has been indicated that without county support, there may not be the ability to submit a grant application. Town of Trochu has put forward that funding from the county would only be required as a last resort. If the county were to positively consider this request, the exact actions undertaken would depend on how the county chose to provide backing. This could be done through a borrowing, a loan, or a loan guarantee. All three options are outlined in the Municipal Government Act, and the county would be capable of any of the three under the Act. However, that being said, each has a process that the county would have to undertake legally in order to go through. So the nature of the options is that's a discussion that if council voted in favor of this, could look at later as to the exact route, but there would be a legislative process attached to any one of them. And so that largely takes the form of a bylaw, possibly multiple bylaws, depending on the path chosen, that would as council is aware, anytime a municipality backs a loan to a nonprofit or another municipal entity, or takes out a borrowing of itself, that does require a bylaw, which under the MGA has to have an advertisement period and allow for a period, I'm going to say that poorly, and allow for a period in which the public can submit a petition against that bylaw. And that is mandated through the MGA. So there is a process attached to that legislatively. So relevant sections of the Municipal Government Act include sections 251, 264, 265, and 266. I'm not going to go through and read each of those to you. We'll all fall asleep by the end of that, but they are there and they are relevant to the discussion. Bylaws of this nature require advertisement, as I said, and allowing a public petition period to occur. So this is standard for bylaws of this type. The county would also have to determine if funding would be provided in the form of loaning the money from county reserves or through county conducting some semblance of a borrowing itself, which could be an actual debenture or a line of credit type debenture or just simply a loan guarantee. So there, again, different options. Depending on the course of action, it is possible that multiple bylaws would need to be passed, as I've alluded to before. So we have representatives here from the Trochu Housing Corporation, the town of Trochu. They are able to, or at least I believe they'll be able to answer any questions that the council may have. Attached to the RFD is a package of information items that have formed part of the discussion to date, and as well as financial statements from facilities and Olds and Sundry that have been used as comparables for this facility. So all of that is contained within the RFD package that went out with the agenda for council's perusal. Administration acknowledges that the facility would be a benefit to the Trochu community if things go as planned and the overall business case is achieved. We've put the Trochu community, we have not put the town of Trochu in that statement because we do understand that the facility, while in the town of Trochu, would have benefit beyond the borders of the town and out into the county. So that's why we've referred to it as the Trochu community and the broader region at large. We also understand that St. Mary's is in need of repair or replacement and that the proposed facility would provide that. Again, obviously not a direct repair to that facility, but would replace that facility. The location of such facility in Trochu would allow individuals from the Trochu community to remain in the Trochu community as they age and move through the different levels of accommodation within the proposed facility. The project proponents have maintained that the risk to the county, which is the need to use the money and repay it, is low, and the county's backing is needed for application and possibly cash flow purposes depending upon when the grant funding is released to the town. Administration notes through Alberta Health Services and other sources that there is a need for SL4 and SL4D accommodation in the area, and that this facility would provide that. This is a designation of a level of care through Seniors Housing, Alberta Health Services, so there are differing levels of care. And one of the shortages in the area as identified by HS is met by the facility. It's understood by administration that vacancies and other levels of accommodation also exist in the area of facilities operated by Kneehill Regional Housing and through private providers such as the Chateau and Three Hills. So there are senior housing vacancies in the area in differing levels of service, so there is a mix. And if the project were to move forward and the objectives of the business case were not met, there may be negative consequences that threaten the viability of the town of Trochu, although we would need to look at additional data to make that assessment for sure. Administration is not aware of other projects in the region that may seek financial backing from the county, But we do note that if backing is provided for this project, other area municipalities may step forward seeking the same for their own projects in the future. So part of the concern that administration has is not wanting the county to necessarily be a financial backer or a banker for the region. It is unknown if private investment in the facility has been sought by the Trochu Housing Corporation, so that's engagement with a private developer or other individual backers. There's different approaches to doing that, so I'm not going to go into those. And we have consulted with legal and are in agreement with legal counsel that the original motion as forwarded by the town should not be passed as worded. And doing so because of the Municipal Government Act requirements around borrowing and guaranteeing loans, that the original motion as proposed may represent a violation of those tenets of the MGA. So we're not, if council does vote to, with a different motion other than what administration has recommended, we are recommending that it not be the original one that was forwarded. So council may opt to decline financial support of this project. If this is the will of council, then there's not really a need to attach conditions or to discuss them. Should council opt to provide financial backing in whole or in part, administration suggests that council move to explore options for the provision of backing for the Trochu Senior Supportive Living Facility, and that any option be subject to the following conditions being met. So the conditions that are listed there in the RFD include the town of Trochu and Kneehill County must meet all legislated requirements with respect to borrowing, extending debt limit loan guarantees. So again, as legislated, it's a legal process. We need to be in compliance with that. Prior to any further project design or construction, the town of Trochu and Kneehill County must engage their residents and ratepayers on the project and possible outcomes, and the response received must be favorable. So some form of public engagement process. There will be an automatic public engagement process as part of the legislative bylaws required to do this. So that's the advertising period in that. So the question there is whether that's the process or if there's something more substantial. Public engagement by the town shall be an open house or information forum and be open to county residents. My understanding in conversation with municipal affairs is that there would be a requirement from their end that this occur as well. Financial backing from the county will only be available for 3 years from the date the county signs the necessary intermunicipal agreements. Approval of $19 million from provincial federal partners must be received by the Trochu Housing Corporation and/or Town of Trochu. 90% of life lease units must be pre-sold prior to the commencement of construction. Procurement of consultants and employees related to project management, design, and construction will be done through an open process and in compliance with relevant legislation. So there are free trade agreements and trade agreements that exist between the provinces and federally that as a municipality we have to abide by. So again, that's a legislative requirement. Kneehill County will be allotted board member representation for the period of the build and any period after commissioning. Loan guarantee or any other financial commitment has not been satisfied. So as long as there is a potential obligation by the county would be entitled to some form of representation. There will be no other one-off financial asks related to the project. The THC and the town will reimburse the county for any outstanding amounts within 3 years of project commencement, consisting, there's some details there around percentages and things like that. When administration looked at that, we were looking at what are the potentials if the county did put out money, whether that's lost income revenue or debt servicing or numbers attached to that is part of where that one comes from. The town of Trochu would repay the county for any expenses or lost revenue as a result of financial backing. So as an example, if the county chose to make this, chose to provide money by taking out of our own reserves, we would of course lose investment income on that. And that wouldn't just be the overnight rate, that would be the longer term investment rate. So we would, there would be an expectation there that that was reimbursed. Likewise, if we took out a debenture, there'd be debt payments on that, debt servicing costs, that those would be covered off by either THC or the town. Any costs associated with the project not moving forward, so if that was the cost of canceling contracts, et cetera, would be the responsibility of the THC or the town. Should the project asset be required to change ownership, as a part of that change, anything owing to the county would be paid out or paid off. The town will ensure that necessary insurance coverage is in place during all parts of construction and commissioning of the building. So this is kind of a little bit of a catch-all because it is standard that the facility be insured while it's being constructed. It is unfortunate, it happens, sometimes things happen during construction, whether that's a fire or anything else, wanting to make sure that the investments by all parties are covered. The town will indemnify the county for all aspects of the project. Again, that's a fairly standard legal clause. And prior to public engagement, the town of Trochu will provide formal recognition that should the town become unviable, any and all debts incurred by the town will be the responsibility of the properties within the current town limits to repay. Should that event come to pass, that would ultimately be entirely a county decision anyway, but we thought it would be good to have that reflected as part of the engagement material. So with that, at the present time, the administration, through a lens of just keeping the money available to the county, looking at it from a risk perspective, is making the recommendation that we not support the request. However, through other lenses, the benefits that were listed here, there may be an argument to do that. So that, again, we've included those conditions should council go that direction. And those, at this point, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Christie.
When I got this RFD, I was a little disappointed at the tone. The options that I wanted are definitely at the bottom, not at the top. So one of the things that made me do is canvas, a kind of a buckshot canvas of my division. I definitely got overwhelming support that the rural community is very much behind this project. So I welcome the opportunity, or the, what do you call it, the requirement of a public meeting and petition. The petition can be either negative or positive, so I would suggest that it be positive, not negative. And I think the support of the community is behind this, so I think we need to follow up on it.
Any other discussion? Councillor King.
Well, I guess I don't want to extend the conversation any longer than it has to be, but I think there's a number of things that were raised in the RFD that's in front of us that perhaps it would be beneficial for us to look for answers for. And since we have both Sam and Mayor Barry Kletke here with us today, I'm wondering if it's appropriate that we could ask some questions of them and include them in the conversation to get answers to some of the questions that are raised.
Yes, by all means it is. Do you have any questions?
I do. I guess I have questions of clarification just to help us as a council to hear from Mr. Smalden and Mayor Kletke, just some clarification of some of the questions raised. So if council would allow, then I would put them on the hot seat.
By all means. Welcome, Mr. Smalden. Welcome, Mayor Kletke.
Thank you.
With your indulgence, Reeve, I have a number of questions, and I think I pretty much know the answer to the questions, but I think for clarity and for clarification for council and administration, I would like to ask those questions. The first one I'd like to address is the issue of cash flow during the construction period. And I know Town of Trochu, Trochu Housing has asked for security from the county, and there's been a number of questions raised about how that would cash flow and whether that would flow through the county's coffers to Trochu and Trochu Housing, or so would you please just kind of walk us through that process as you see it, and just to help us clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Through the review to Councillor King, if I may, the cash flow requirements would be for the project. the borrowing would be done by the town with a guarantee from the county. There would be no money going to the county or from the county in this situation. The borrowing of up to 20 million would permit the Trochu Housing Corporation to receive the borrowing funds based on need throughout the project as the construction progressed, and as grants were received, there would likely be payments required to be made before the grants are received. And so therefore, as a cash flow management estimate through the full construction design and construction period, the $20 million would be received by the town and Trochu Housing Corporation and managed within that limit throughout the project to its completion. And again, there would be no cash that would be going to the county or from the county in this regard.
Okay, thank you. Big part of this project, of course, is the life lease portion. And so if you could just kind of walk us through where you are. I know I've had conversations with both of you related to that, but where you are in terms of the demand for life lease. And perhaps if you would, while you're talking about the demand side of things, one of the questions raised has always been your demand study. And I know that you've done the demand study based on a specific parameter, and if you could clarify that and then give us some clarity on the amount of demand that's there on that life lease side specifically.
Yeah, I don't have that document with me at the moment, but the basic parameters of that were to survey the demand within a 70-kilometer radius of Trochu community and the region, to identify demand in various sectors, independent housing, care housing at different levels, and identify current inventory against those demands. And in the specifics of life lease, the independent housing and the 24/7 care both exceeded the available current inventory. And in terms of the life lease, there was an additional survey done of the seniors in the community, and there was well over 60 people who expressly identified their interest in this housing. Now, interest is not necessarily demand if they're not willing to sign up. But based on that, we certainly understand we don't want to overbuild, but there is demand for independent market housing, and there was not an available supply. And so therefore, on that basis, we felt the number 24 would be an initial good start to meet that demand. And again, there is excess demand in all housing categories. And when you consider the replacement of a facility in healthcare, that has to be done as well. So replacement demand exists, and new demand, excess demand, does exist in all categories.
And just as a point of clarity, in one of the conversations that we've had, you mentioned that the demand study was not based on a subsidy model, but on market value, and that the demand study that you did indicated that the demand was there even though it wasn't a subsidized housing model that you were proposing. Is that correct?
Through the reeve to Councillor King, if I may, to clarify, the financial model is not a subsidy model. The demand considered all needs, including low income. So therefore, it was total demand in the demand study. It's the financial model that's presented in the business case is a market model, not a low income model.
Okay, and then one of the other things I wanted maybe perhaps for you to clarify, there was conversation around viability at a 120-bed level and an 80-bed level. And so if you could just help us get clarity on how an 80-bed facility can survive in the marketplace and be viable as compared to a 120-bed, which was some of the original numbers given.
Yes. And through the Reeve to Councillor King, I had previously spoken in terms of break-even points for projects, and the experience is a range of 90 to 120 beds for a not-for-profit that is in the subsidy model. So this is where the subsidy model plays a role. In that would mean that at 90 would be the financial break-even on a subsidy financial model, to allow you to have your economic order of costs and volumes to allow enough rents to pay for the costs and break even as a not-for-profit. Since this is not a subsidy model, the 80 will still work in that the prices can be adjusted to cover the shortfalls in that model to get us down to a model that is 80. Certainly a model of 40 or a model of 50 on a break even would require higher prices, and part of the goal here is to keep the price as low as possible, and that's why we've come up with one project for 80. If you want to look in the comparatives for Mountain View County, Olds is 89 units, and it is a subsidy model, and it is in your statements that you've received is net positive for the year 2019. And I can tell you, just having finished the audit for the 2020, that it's a greater positive in 2020, net positive. So 89 on the low income model in Olds versus 80 on a market model in Trochu.
Can you just maybe clarify some of the, what appears to be not managing to service itself in the Sundre facility, some of the issues that are related to why that model does not appear financially to be as viable, and then some of the changes that have been made to try to make that model perhaps more viable?
Right, thank you. And through the Reeve to Councillor King again. It was clear from the beginning of starting Sundre that it was going to be a 50-year build, and it would not break even until year 5 or 6. And so that from the outside was the intent. Part of that was based on the fact that the borrowing for the Sundre facility was in the range of 45 to 50% borrowing, and therefore the Trochu project is planning to borrow much lower and have 80% grant for the housing and 24/7 care. The life lease, of course, has its own financial model. In Sundre, you'll notice on the financials for 2019 that there's a deficit, which is part of year 4 because it opened in 2016. So it's on a path to reduce that deficit every year until about year 6. And part of the offset to that deficit, if you look in the line items, there's amortization, which is non-cash. You see financing costs, which are a higher cost because of higher debt, and that's associated with that site specifically. There's also additional labor there that is part of the healthcare contract, and that's part of the issue with healthcare contracts, is that the funding doesn't always match the requirements for care delivery. And so there is excess costs from labor. There is a higher debt ratio in Sundre than there is in any other site at Mountain View Seniors Housing, and that ratio is not the ratio we're recommending for this project.
Okay, thank you again. One of the things that you heard here today, and that was the conversation around private financing and private financing options. And could you just kind of walk us through a little bit in terms of how that might or might not work in a model like what you're talking?
Yes, thank you. Through the Reeve to Councillor King again. The private model obviously would be one that we would love to have. Over the last 10 years, there has been no private sector approaching this problem. And so therefore, the private sector model has a profit and bottom line that it has to be concerned with, and a not-for-profit does not. So this model is priced at cost to break even. And when costs go up from year one, the prices would be adjusted to balance. So it's a market model based on a not-for-profit organization delivering that at the lowest possible cost, which would then be the lowest possible price. There is no profit aspect to it, and there also has not been any private sector organization approach the town of Trochu to do this project, either on its own or through a P3.
Okay, so you talk about break even and managing your costs and recovering of costs. Included in that conversation, obviously, is the debt servicing, but also would there be room made within that projections for replacement? So really capitalization of the facility, both on the maintenance side and on the replacement end of life.
Yes, and through the reeve to Councillor King. The model for this not-for-profit is really built on a new social enterprise model, which allows a not-for-profit under the Canada not-for-profit rules to generate a net positive at the end of the day. The intent would be to price from the beginning in year one so that there's a net positive, which is available to be put into capital reserves. And those capital reserves over a 50-year life cycle would provide protection against major renovation or major replacement and protect the asset. Otherwise, in the operating budget, there is an annual regular maintenance, which would be planned maintenance and preventative maintenance, and regular annual maintenance are built into the operations. So both the day-to-day upkeep of the building as well as the long-term preservation of the asset are considered.
And just continuing, there's been conversation, the request originally made from Trochu was for a 5-year timeline.
Correct.
Our administration is talking a 3-year timeline, and can you just explain to us kind of the process and the reason for the time and kind of what you would think might be a minimum that you could work within so that we have an idea of what that window might look like?
Yes, thank you. Through the reeve to Councillor King again. The time frame is based on the certainty of what is required, which is a minimum of 38 months to design and build. Beyond that 38 months, there is at least 6 to 8 months, which would be uncertainty with regard to the government, because the timing of when they do things is out of our control, and we just want to be upfront about that uncertainty. It's not uncertainty in happening, it's uncertainty about timing of happening. So again, we're upwards around 48 months, which would be probably the minimum that we could do this within, and that would require the application to have been made for the grants. And again, there's more than one grant that's possible, but the total of grants would be $19 million to ensure that this project could proceed. Without the $19 million in grants, the project would not proceed. And with securing that, that would possibly be that additional year. So if it was 48 months plus a year, you get the 5 years that we were requesting, and that's because of getting the application and grant approval process on top of what is normally good timelines with some contingency for bad weather, because it would be 2 winters, to allow for a successful project at the end of 48 months. So I would say that 48 months would be the minimum that we could take this on.
Of course, one of the considerations that we have to make is in terms of what might be in our horizon, and of course our own debt servicing or potential borrowing needs. And so that's one of the things that is a concern, is the length of time. And so appreciate that. Could you perhaps talk to us a little bit about what happens at the end of project and how Trochu, and Trochu Housing is looking at funding the outstanding balance that will be there. So after life lease sales and after grant funding, what's the plan for the estimated 8 million that's outstanding at the end of the project?
Okay, thank you. And through the reef to Councillor King. So the opening of the project would be that an asset of $32 million has been created. The 20 million borrowed with the guarantee from the county would have been repaid from grants. And so at that time, the financial institution or the borrowing of $8 million from the government by debenture, which is our preferred option, because that gives us long-term borrowing at the lowest possible rate. And at that time, the debt ratio of the town plus the revenues of the project would add up to debt room that is pretty close to $8 million. And so we feel that at that time, the town would be able to carry this forward without any other requirement from the county based on its own debt room that it currently has, plus the debt room provided by this project revenue. And again, that would be a mortgage on a $32 million project, asset value with an $8 million obligation as a mortgage, which would be roughly 25%.
Okay, another part of the argument that's been involved in the discussion, and not so much argument as probably discussion, is that there is currently housing in Kneehill County to serve seniors, and that in some of those facilities there is available space. So can you kind of help us understand the difference between the current housing and what's available compared to what's being proposed within the Trochu housing facility model?
Okay, thank you. And through the reeve to Councillor King. Current inventory has vacancies in rural areas, and this has been my experience over the last decade and reconfirmed by people in the industry, that older aged facilities are not as attractive as new facilities. And so therefore, when there's a choice, the preference is for the newer facility. The other part is that aged facilities ultimately do need to be replaced. So they do need to be replaced with new facilities at some point in time. As far as the vacancy, the issue is primarily driven by that factor, in my opinion, because the experience we've had in Mountain View County by building new facilities in the last decade, I can tell you that we've had pretty close between 98 and 102% occupancy for the last decade with waiting lists. And when we did build a new facility in Olds, we replaced a facility with 89 that had 49 in a single wood frame facility. And the demand plus the wait list continued to keep that facility at 100% occupancy over the last 8-9 years since it's been built. And in Sundre, we replaced a 42-unit lodge with 104. And again, we've had between 98% and 100% occupancy based on the demand studies we did plus the wait list. The only exception to that, I would say, would be during this pandemic. We've had people that when they've vacated or the unit has become available, the wait lists don't have any people moving in during a pandemic. There's resistance to do that for those obvious reasons. But we believe that that demand and wait list method will still allow them to be filled, and primarily because they're new facilities. We have experienced in Carstairs with a lodge of 42 problems with vacancy because it's older, and people have choices and people have options. And when they have those options, they migrate towards the newer facility. Again, the prices will be based on the capital and the debt required to achieve that, and that's a major difference. But again, you know, it's a factor to be considered at some point by all facilities eventually. So I would simply say that the vacancies in the existing facilities is primarily driven by the age of the facility and the interest in moving in.
I guess this is probably close to the last one for me. Can you just talk to us about the CARE model that, and the partnership that you have for the facility in Trochu?
Yes, thank you. And through the read to Councillor King again. The partner we have in this project, in addition to having a partnership with Kneehill County, would be with Covenant Health. And Covenant Health has been in the Trochu area, as you probably all well know, for 100 years. And they have expressed strong interest in continuing to be our partnership. Covenant Health is based out of Edmonton and is province-wide, and is a strong partner with the Alberta government as well. And they have fully supported the care model that is in this project. This care model carries all the care from St. Mary's over to the new project. There are 56 units in St. Mary's, 28 lodge and 28 long-term care. And all these individuals would be able to be moved over in the new project. And the care model there is in the lodge is for home care. Those are called supportive living 1 and 2. And the long-term care is supportive living 3, 4, 4D, and long-term care up to the point where you would need to go to a hospital. So basically everything from independent, no health care, to home care, to level 3 and 4 and 4D, which is dementia. That's what the D stands for. And then long-term care would allow people to stay in this facility as they do in the St. Mary's facility until they need to go to the hospital. But if they are stable and not needing a hospital, they can remain in this facility until their last days. As far as the care model and the demand for the care model has demand proven by Alberta Health Services. In fact, in April 2019, even as far back as 18, they had advertised for a project to meet the requirements in the Trochu area for up to 35 additional beds over and above the 28 that are there. So the demand from AHS is confirmed, and Covenant has recently confirmed with AHS that they support this project in this location as a replacement for St. Mary's. So in adding to the strength of the application for the capital grant, we've also had the Minister of Health visit and also invest time in taking a tour. And some of the weaknesses of St. Mary's, if I may, which speak to the provision of care, is that they're vulnerable because of the facility itself. For instance, an example is that 2 residents in 2 separate rooms have to share a washroom. And so therefore, basic things like that are not being provided. So the new project would certainly be designed to solve all those healthcare delivery problems. And so not only would the healthcare be the same, but it would be better because of the better facility. And we have a strong partner in Covenant. They have been a partner in requests in the past to this county, and have been a strong proponent. So we feel that our application is very strong to get the capital grants that we need, with having a partnership of Covenant Health as a healthcare provider, Town of Trochu as the housing provider, and the county as a partner to financially guarantee the project, so that when we open, the town and Covenant can carry forward for the next 50 years. And to add that there is room for expansion on the site if that's required, so that will add further efficiency, because we do see excess demand beyond what we're building.
Okay, and I guess this would be my last one. Should we choose to support this, I guess I'd like to make the point that there's a number of issues that cannot be addressed in some motion at council that'll have to be worked out between Trochu Housing Corp, Town of Trochu, and Kneehill County, should we decide to go ahead. And so I guess I'm looking for indication that there would be openness to, and an understanding that there'll be issues that maybe we haven't addressed here today that would come up in that process. To meet all the legislative requirements, all the legal requirements that we're expected to meet, should we make this decision, then we need to know that there's going to be cooperative effort on both sides in order to make that happen, so.
Yes, and if I may, through the Reeve to Councillor King. First thing I would say is that this has been done before. There is nothing in the MGA that prevents this. Mountain View County has done the same with all the municipalities for Mountain View Seniors Housing. Mountain View Seniors Housing has done all the borrowing. The counties, the municipalities have not. They simply guaranteed the backing of the borrowing. And secondly, when there was borrowing actually from the county on the behalf of Mountain View Seniors Housing, an operating agreement was put in place which identified the terms and conditions. And so therefore, such thing could be the same here. If there were terms and conditions, certainly we would only hope that they're reasonable and achievable. That they are conditions to protect and mitigate the risk as opposed to constraints in accomplishing the project. So on that basis, I would solely recommend and support the town entering that type of agreement with the county. If the opportunity exists to go forward with this, I do not see that as a problem. And subject to just identifying the terms and conditions, having the operating agreement done, I think that would be a good method of approaching this.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I guess I would leave that at the end of my questions, and hopefully there's questions others might have that could be answered at this time.
Councillor Keiver.
Number 6, 90% of the life lease units must be pre-sold prior to commencement of construction. How long do you think a time frame would it take you to get to this 90%? And that's, and I'm saying that they sign on the line. It's not just meet you on the street, yeah, I'm all in favor of it. How long do you think it would take you to get this?
And through the Reeve to Councillor Keiver, I appreciate the question. It's actually, my answer is based on a sequence of events. The optimum shortest time is to have the project approved. If people know the project's approved, they're willing to sign sooner. But I would still say that because of the want, the need, and the desire to have this project, that through information sessions and marketing presentations, that we could actually get a life lease intention signed, which would require a 10% deposit by up to 90% of the units. I would say within 6 months, because it would all fall away if the project did not proceed. So I think people would understand that by signing up, they ensure that this project has a good opportunity to proceed. And to me, if the effort was made, and the effort has not been made yet, but in the experience I've had, it could be between 6 months and a year. In Olds, before we built the first project of this type, the life lease people did not have a comparable to know what they were buying, and it took up to a year. In Sundre, I can tell you that once they had toured the old site and saw what was available and they knew what they were getting, they were willing to sign up sooner. And now that we have Olds and Sundre, we know that the Trochu area community and the county people have actually taken tours of the Sundre site. We believe the uptake could be probably in that 6-month period, because they now have a comparable of what they're going to get. And if they want it, they know they need to sign up to make it happen. And so 90% is a high percent, but again, it's a challenge, and I don't think we're not willing to take that challenge. We are. And so as far as a time frame, I would say we would need probably 6 months.
Does anyone else from council have any questions? I have a question. The 32 million, we keep hearing 32 million. I assume that this is an engineering estimate?
This is an estimate based on an actual build in Sundre plus inflation from the year 2016. And it's been confirmed by it's a very similar design. It's been confirmed that we're in the ballpark on that from the architect and from the builder who built it. So as far as the current prices to build, the confirmation is yes, through the engineering, through the architectural firm, as well as the construction management company.
Okay, so these numbers came from 2016, which are now 4 years old.
Yes.
Okay. If a tender is given and it comes in higher than the 32, is there some sort of plan?
The plan would be to meet the 32 million. There's no expectation that the affordability is beyond that in this business case. So therefore, we would have to look at what we could build in the 32 million and still achieve the objectives. That's a risk. The other opportunity is that if the economy is, unfortunately to say this, if it's sufficiently bad, that plays good for the construction industry in that travel costs and trades are more readily available. So technically, and interest rates are low. So technically right now is a very good time to build. But as far as the overrun of the 32 million based on a tender, we would look for budget adjustments to make the 32 million be the maximum.
But the 32 million would be for 80 units.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no, you know, we would look for ways to take that challenge and make it not be beyond the 32 million for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, the timing on this kind of isn't opportune, let's put it that way. We've got an election coming up here in October. That's going to push things, and I don't believe that council should put that kind of a responsibility on a new council that's coming in October. So I think there's going to have to be something done there to make sure that there is substantial startup of this project. Because I think if there hasn't been startup, I don't know if we can, don't want to put the new council in a position where they're not in a good position. That's more of a comment than anything else. Are there any questions from council while we have this opportunity? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So what is council's wish? Councillor King.
I guess for the sake of conversation and to allow the council to consider a decision here, I'm prepared to make a motion related to the request that's in front of us. I circulated that motion to the majority of you last night. Carolyn has also received it, but I will read it into the record and then we could perhaps engage in some discussion related to that. So I would make the motion that Kneehill County commit to proceed with the appropriate legislative steps prescribed in the MGA of Alberta that will allow for the implementation of the bylaw or laws required to be able to provide financial backing in the form of security to the town of Trochu for the borrowing of up to 20 million for a period of time not to exceed 4 years. The understanding is that the provided security, if appropriate bylaws are passed, will support the town of Trochu in obtaining interim or bridge project financing during the construction of the Trochu Senior Supportive Living Facility. The following conditions would apply. The town of Trochu and Kneehill County must meet all legislative requirements with respect to borrowing and extending debt limits and the provision of the security. The ASLI grant funding of 19 million must be approved. Trochu Housing Corporation is required to validate sales of a minimum of 90% of the life lease units prior to the commencement of construction. The security provided by Kneehill County will be available for 4 years from the date the town of Trochu and Kneehill County sign the necessary intermunicipal agreements. The town of Trochu shall be responsible for any costs incurred by Kneehill County associated with the development, implementation, and maintenance of the security. Guarantee by the town of Trochu and Trochu Housing Corporation that no other financial or material commitments beyond the security to be requested of Kneehill County. Commitment by the town of Trochu and Trochu Housing Corporation that there will be no future requests to Kneehill County for financial support or requisitions to operate the Trochu Senior Supportive Living Facility. Prior to any further, prior to any further project design or construction, the town of Trochu must engage their residents, ratepayers, in an open house information forum on the project and receive a favorable response. As part of the public engagement, the town of Trochu will provide formal recognition that should the town of Trochu become unviable, any and all debts incurred by the town will be the responsibility of the properties and ratepayers within the current town of Trochu limits to repay. The town of Trochu will allow Kneehill County to appoint a board member to the Trochu Housing Corporation Board for the period of the build and during any time period that the Kneehill County security is in effect. Should any project asset be required to change ownership or be liquidated, Kneehill County security will terminate and Kneehill County will be reimbursed for any outstanding amounts prior to and as part of that change. The town of Trochu will ensure that the necessary insurance coverage is in place during all parts of construction and commissioning of the building. The town of Trochu will indemnify the county for all aspects of the project. And if the town of Trochu fails to meet the above conditions and the required agreements between Kneehill County and the town of Trochu are not finalized prior to the October 21st municipal election, this agreement will then have to be reaffirmed by the Kneehill County Council elected at that time. End of my motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor King. We are due for a public hearing at 10. I hate to cut it short right now, but I think that is a requirement of our procedural bylaw that we go ahead with our public hearing. So I would like to recess this meeting at this time.
Mr. Reeve, could I just make one clarification, only just because I may not be around to do it? In that the motion included the word ASLI as opposed to just capital grants, because there may be more than one capital grant, and I wouldn't want it to be restricted to just one. So if I could make that offer.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment to your motion?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. So condition 2 would just read capital grant funding of $19 million must be approved.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about the timing, but the timing is the timing right now.
Thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming. That does help to have the answers.
Did you feel that we needed to stick around?
What's council's thoughts? I don't believe this public hearing is going to last long. I can't say for sure, but if you choose to stick around, by all means.
Okay.
But if you have commitments, please feel free to leave.
Be glad to say. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will recess council, and I'm calling for someone to make a motion that public hearing be open for bylaw 1828. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to open public hearing for bylaw 1828 at 10:02. And I'll just continue. Announcements. If any person interested in speaking for or against the proposed bylaw and haven't done so already should register their names on the appropriate speakers list so your names may be correctly recorded into the minutes. If you not have already done so, please see Jenna Kester in the lobby to register your name on this list. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the press or the public is prohibited. Thank you. At this point in time, I would like to introduce the members of council, starting from my far right.
Debbie Penner.
Jerry Whitstock.
Glenn Keiver?
Ken King?
Joining us by video conference,
Morning, Faye McGee.
okay, and Councillor Hugo, are you online?
I sure am, yes, sir.
Okay, and we have Councillor Hugo online too. Okay, so also seated with council today is Mr. Hogan, our Chief Administrative Officer. I'll outline the meeting process. Individuals speaking for or against Bylaw 1828 today will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. A spokesman speaking on behalf of a group petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a time clock that will display the screen. At 2 minutes, it'll turn yellow. At 1 minute, red, and the clock hits 0. There will be a 5-second warning that your speaking time is complete. All questions to council will be directed to myself as chairman, and I will direct the question to the person best suited to answer. No questions will be taken from the gallery. No debate will be allowed. When presenting, speakers shall state their name and address. If you have already submitted a letter on or before the advertised deadline, you may only address council at this hearing on new information not contained in that letter. Any person who would like to present using electronic presentation will bring their USB flash drive to the presenter's desk, where the staff member will open the file at the presenter's laptop. The order of presentations to be made today are, firstly, administration shall present an overview and summary regarding the proposed bylaw. Secondly, the applicant shall state their name and present their application within a time period of 20 minutes. Third, the member of council may ask questions of clarification to the applicant. Fourth, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in favor of the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called on in the order as they appear on the individual speakers list, and group speakers will be called in the order as they appear on the group speakers list. Fifth, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are opposed to the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in the order as they appear on the individual speakers list, and group speakers will be called in the order that they appear on the group speakers list. Council members are allowed to ask questions of clarification to individuals groups speaking to the proposed bylaw. Sixth, after hearing from those persons on the speakers list in support or in opposition, I will ask if anyone else present wishes to speak in support or opposition to the proposed bylaw. Seventh, the applicant will get a chance for a rebuttal, which will be no longer than 10 minutes. Eighth, allow questions of clarification from council members to the applicant. I will now ask our planning and development staff to come forward to make the presentation. And anytime you're ready.
There we go. Good morning, Reeve and fellow councilors. This is a bylaw today for the Keevers Lake Road closure, bylaw 1828. It was originally supposed to be scheduled for January 12th, but due to the COVID-19 provincial restrictions, it was postponed till today. This is the public hearing for the road closure of the portion of Range Road 26-0, which lies adjacent to the Keevers Lake Campground and ultimately runs into the Keevers Lake. So it was advertised in the Three Hills Capital for numerous times due to the postponement. So December 9th, 16th, and then January 6th, 20th, 27th, and February 3rd. It was also placed on the Kneehill County website, and notices were sent to adjacent landowners and referral agencies. It was also sent again to those referral agencies when the postponement was made. The following MGA sections deal with road closures and allow us to have this public hearing today. MGA Section 16, the title to all roads in a municipality other than a city is vested in the Crown and the right of Alberta. MGA Section 18, subject to this or any other act, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of all roads within the municipality. And Section 22, No road in a municipality that is subject to the direction, control, and management of the municipality may be closed except by bylaw. So this is, that'll be Range Road 26-0. The portion with the arrows is the portion that we're wishing to have closed. Currently, Keivers Lake Campground is comprised of 2 separate titles. The south one was originally purchased in 1961, and then the north portion was subdivided and then later developed in 1986. Now you'll notice, and you'll see on some other slides coming up, some improvements are located within this undeveloped road allowance. The chalet building is currently sitting directly on the undeveloped road right-of-way, which allows for ease of access for the patrons to identify where to turn into the campground. Sexsmith Surveys provided plan a survey consolidating the closed road allowance with the 2 separate titles which comprise the Keivers Lake Campground. This will make it nice, then it'll be just one complete title. Consolidating the road allowance and the 2 separate titles will bring the size of the campground to about 17.64 acres. And there on the right, you can see those improvements that are lying within the road allowance. The real property report has been completed and the measurements confirm the campground office will not meet side and front property line setbacks. Once the road closure is completed, an application will be presented to MPC for a variance to the Land Use Bylaw 1808. The closure of the road allowance will not interfere with any legal access to any adjacent properties, and it will allow all the improvements to be located within the Keivers Lake Campground boundary. There on the, you're on Range Road 26-0 looking south, and you can see it runs right into the chalet. And those are some pictures when it's much nicer out.
Those were the days.
Yes, it is. We didn't receive any letters received in favor or opposition. We did receive one letter, which upon consultation of the author of that letter, a response was sent to them directly since it did not specifically pertain to this public hearing. Once this public hearing has been heard, a package will include, including the responses, will be forwarded to the Minister of Transportation for approval. And if approval from the province is granted, then a second and third hearing reading will be required by council. And then the final survey, appraisal, and transfer of land will take place.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Keiver. Are there any questions for the planner from council? Well, I don't believe there is any. I don't see anybody on screen looking to ask, so I will assume that there are no questions. I'll ask for the applicant to come forward, but I do believe we are the applicant and we've already done that, so skip that one. Council probably doesn't have any questions for council. I will now ask administration to come forward and read the written submissions, but as you have stated, there are none.
No.
Individuals as they appear on the individual speakers list in favor of the bylaw to come forward, there are none. There are also no group speakers to come forward. Call administration to come forward and read the submissions that are in opposition, which there are none. I will now call on individuals in order as they appear on the individual speakers list in opposition to come forward. And again, there are no names on my sheets here. Same with groups. There are no groups that are coming in opposition. I will now ask one final time, is there anyone else present who wishes to speak in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw? And I see none. Does the applicant wish to provide a rebuttal? I guess we do not. All righty. Does council have any further questions for the applicant or the planning staff? Seeing as not, I will now declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back into regular council meeting. Councilor Penner.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to go back into regular council. All those in favor? Councilor Higo, are you? Yay or
Yeah,
nay?
aye.
Okay, okay, so that is unanimous. We are going back into regular council. Okay, where we left off, thank you very much, planning staff. Stay warm. So now we will go back to the motion. Is it on screen? Oh, we've been requested a recess, so let us recess for, what do we need, 10 minutes? Well, we'll give you 10. All right, recess for 10. before us. If you could please put it on screen, Carolyn. And I'll wait for that to come up. Okay, just because you got it on your screen doesn't mean we got it on our screen. Okay, thank you. Because, okay, Councillor McGee, you're good, you can hear us? Okay, and you know what that motion reads? The one that we've got on screen?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hugo.
Yep.
I understand what Ken said, and I got it up on email, so yep, I'm good here.
Okay, just making sure. I do have one question for Mr. Hogan, and that's just something that I would like to ask you. Would it be prudent to have legal counsel look this over, or are you of the opinion that this motion would be good enough to proceed without having legal counsel?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think with the legal counsel that we've received to date, this motion is in alignment with that advice. The barrier to the other motion that was advised by, the legal's advice based on the other motion is that given the requirements of the MGA, council cannot outright guarantee that you'll provide this backing because there is a legislative process to go through. So that's where that motion becomes problematic. This motion that's in front of you by Councillor King is not guaranteeing that the security will be put in place. It's committing the county to proceeding to take the steps to put that in place. So I do believe that the motion put forward would be in alignment with the advice we've received from legal counsel.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that there was not going to be any glitches. Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Christie.
I guess my observation more than discussion is that this is a shovel-ready project that both the federal and provincial governments are looking at enhancing seniors' care, somewhat enhanced by the COVID pandemic, where they realize that seniors' care is poor. If we don't take this opportunity on a shovel-ready project, someone else will. And I believe that the grant money will be available if we get our ducks in a row. The other comment I'd like to make is I have a sister that is a nurse practitioner in the northeast side of Calgary, where her facility looks after seniors' care in the north for about 1,000 patients. They have 4 caregiver groups, Covenant Health being one. She said that, indicated that Covenant Health by far was the premier service provider for their facility. And she said if we couldn't fill it next week, she could. She said the demand for this type of facility province-wide is very high.
Okay, is there any other discussion from council? Councillor Penner.
I just have some discussion, and Ken answered one of my main questions that I had for the gentleman was on the 3-year. I couldn't see how 3-year, there was any hope that they would be able to accomplish building this facility. I believe that the committee and the community and the town and the town's staff and council have put a lot of thought and effort into this project. And for me, it was a hard decision, and I've told you that over and over since we've been discussing this over the last few months, and especially the last 2 weeks. And you heard me say the last time that majority of my ratepayers would probably not go north. They would prefer to go south and east to closer facilities. And I only had one ratepayer call me about this proposal. And so I took it upon myself to talk to a few ratepayers, not necessarily all in my division, but mostly in my division. And some agreed with me, and as well as some corrected me. Most would love to pick where they go, but when time comes, for the most part, you usually have no say. You go where there's a bed. Could be anywhere from Hannah to Ponoka to Innisfail. You just hope for in Kneehill County. They also said the concept of being able to stay in one location in Kneehill County as health deteriorates was very positive, and especially when one partner's health deteriorates faster than the other, they're not separated by hundreds of kilometers. Also, distance for families and friends to visit. The more visitors someone in these facilities have, the healthier they usually are. St. Mary's has served the community well, but I believe it's tired. 10 years ago, I was in there, and it was tired then. I do give credit to the staff in making patients feel as comfortable as possible in this aging facility. I feel it's only a matter of time before it is closed down, and then they have to go elsewhere. Seniors housing. Yes, we have vacancies, but in saying that, the baby boomers are tending to stay in their own homes as long as they can, and for the most part are not moving into these facilities. Instead, into full-time care when their health deteriorates. So overall, it didn't matter, my ratepayer said, where we put it in the county. It's nice to see that it's going in the county. So that's just some feelings, some feedback from some people ratepayers I talked to.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion to the motion? Councillor McGee, have you got anything to add? Go ahead.
I commend Trochu and everyone who's put so much work into this. This is a fabulous idea. I totally see why this is something we need. My biggest concern is this really a role for us? In my mind, the Alberta government is now again downloading to communities to take care of what should be needed. And I find myself resisting on that basis. I also resist on the fact that Kneehill housing is still something that we are very much part of and could be addressing some of these issues if we challenge it to. I'm just really concerned that this isn't where we need to put our 20 million.
Okay, are you done there, or did we lose you? Good? Okay. Councillor Hugo.
I'm fine. I agree with pretty well everything that's been said here, and I've heard everything, so I'm ready to make my decision.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Anything
Yep.
to add? No?
Just, it's an awful ambitious project. And it's all good and dandy, but I question if everything seems to be nowadays on size. Was there any way that this could be made smaller, that, you know, I mean, that would work without quite as big an expense?
You want to volunteer labor?
I'm too old.
I guess I will let Mr. Smalden answer the concern of Councillor Keiver.
Okay, thank you. Through the reeve to Councillor Keiver. The economic order of 80-90 as the minimum makes it more likely without raising the price. A market size of a project smaller would increase the price. The other part is that with mixed housing, which is care housing, lodge housing, and independent living, certainly the independent living by itself could sustain itself. The lodge is being reduced from 28 to 16 because we do not see an increase in demand over time for supported housing, which is with services, as mentioned by the other councillor respectfully, that, and we would agree that the demand is people are staying in their own homes longer. But when you have care of 40, in order to replace that care and keep up with the need for care in the area, 40 is not an economic quantity for care delivery. And so therefore, when you couple that with the project, you get to 80 to make it economical. So to do a smaller project of 40 just for care, I would probably guarantee you, you would not get support from the province or AHS to provide care for just 40 in one location, in one building.
Okay, thank you. I've looked at the motion, and I do believe that it does protect Kneehill County. And I really thank Councillor King for putting in the conditions the way they are written, because I think it's important that Kneehill County is protected. So thank you. So if there is no more discussion to the motion, okay, Councillor King.
I don't have so much discussion as it is maybe a comment. And first, I want to acknowledge the amount of effort and diligence that this council's put into this decision. We've been at this for a long time. So I appreciate, A, that we stayed in the conversation and that we were willing to take this and consider it. And so my thanks to this council for their work in considering this and coming to the point where we are today. And in addition to that, I just want to say that I also want to recognize the people that I've talked to who've served on Trochu Housing Corp from the town and from the county, and who've put in the years and years of effort to bring this to where it is today. And so they are ready to go to work and to build this facility. They just need some help to get there. And so that's the reason I brought the motion forward in the way I did, to try to meet the legislative requirements and to try to meet and protect Kneehill County to the best of our ability, recognizing there's risk in everything we do. This, I think, will be a great value to Kneehill County and to town of Trochu and the surrounding municipalities. People will come here to live here, and our seniors will stay here. So thank you to this council. My thanks for your time and your efforts in this decision. So.
Okay, I do believe we're ready to call the question. We have the motion before us. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is carried. Well, good luck, and the timeline's getting pretty tight, so all the best. Okay, our next agenda item, 5.3, Ag Service Board and Parks. And anytime you're ready. I gotta go back to the pages. Okay, welcome, Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and members of council. Good morning. So the first item I have for you this morning is around the master rates bylaw, and it's regarding campground fees adjustments. So the recommended motion with this is that council approves the recommended fee adjustments as presented for 2021 amendments to the master rates bylaw 1831 prior to final reading. The background on this is that Kneehill County campground booking fees have not been adjusted in recent years, and changes could be made to the fee structure for 2021 to continue aligning the Kneehill County booking fees with campgrounds in the surrounding region based on the services that are currently offered at Kneehill County campgrounds. The discussion on this, the campground fees haven't been updated since 2018, so there is opportunity to adjust the campground booking fees in the 2021 amendments to the master rates bylaw while keeping these fees in a similar range to campgrounds in the region. Something to note for 2021 is that there is a booking fee that's going to be charged to the campground guest that's from our online booking system, and that will add a fee in the range of $2 to $5 to the total booking cost, and that's broken down there in the request for decision. So based on information that's available online, the first chart that you have there in the RFD is a comparison of Kneehill County campgrounds along with others in the region. And something to note as well is that those online booking fees that are charged to the campground guests are something that are becoming more common with online booking platforms. So the first chart there shows a comparison of Kneehill County campgrounds with others in the region. And then the second chart is the suggested changes to be reflected in the 2021 master rates bylaw. So these changes would consolidate the fee structure for our unserviced sites at Kneehill County campgrounds and then adjust the current fees, then still remain aligned with campgrounds in the local region. Financial implications for this would be changes within Master Rates Bylaw 1831, and then campground revenue changes for 2021 would reflect these adjustments in fees. Council options are, number one, the council approves the recommended fee adjustments as presented for 2021 amendments to the Master Rates Bylaw 1831, or two, the council moves to keep campground fees the same as 2020 rates for the 2021 camping season. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Councillor Christie.
I'm thinking that the service site should be 35, not 32. Wherever you go, 35 is kind of the minimum for the 30 amp service and 40 or 45 for the 50 amp. So if we're not going to split it, I would say it should be 35 on the service sites.
Councillor McGee, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the same point. I really think 35 is a better number.
Okay, Councillor Penner.
Just a comment on the unserviced sites other than Keiver's Lake. I think 25 is too high for what's there. And also another question, Shelby, wondering if you could answer it. The booking costs for a tent site, do you have to do it for a tent site? Is it compulsory? But if somebody shows up at the campgrounds, do we still have the registration boxes there?
Through the Reeve, to answer your question, Councillor Penner, so the booking fee, yes, that would be charged to the tenting. It's based on the total booking cost online. So it's regardless of what type of site is being booked, the booking fee that's applied is just based on the total booking cost overall, so the total number of nights that's booked there. And then we did move to fully online with exceptions in certain situations for 2020, just based on COVID-19 and trying to reduce that in-person contact. So now all of our campgrounds are available for online booking currently through our system. We brought those online for 2020.
Okay, just furthermore, I can just see that some people will show up at Swalwell or the little ones, and even the people going through, but they didn't realize it was online or whatever. So I was wondering, should we keep the registration box there for those people that didn't realize they had to do it all online now?
Through the Reeve, and yes, that is something that we did encounter a number of times last year, and we were able to accommodate that with our park hosts regularly checking those satellite campground sites. So even if people weren't aware that we had moved those sites to online booking and they were familiar with just the registration box before, they would just call the number and let our park host know, and then the park host is then able to book those campers online. And if there was a chance, say, where a campground guest had, for instance, shown up at Swalwell and that site that they had decided that they wanted was already booked, then the park hosts were able to just communicate with them and make accommodations, just move them over to different sites. So we did encounter that, and we had anticipated that with moving all of those smaller satellite campgrounds online, but we were able to, again, provide that customer service to the campground guests and just make sure that everyone was accommodated and able to get booked in. Yes.
You can tell I haven't stayed there, seen the posting of the numbers,
No.
sorry.
Through the Reeve, no, that's, it was definitely a change, and that was something that we anticipated with that movement to online, but we did receive positive feedback too from campground guests who were happy that they could book online ahead of time at those smaller campgrounds versus having to be on site to then have their tent or their trailer on site to then reserve that site in person, so.
Councillor King?
So I'm assuming we've changed signage and everything so that people are aware that we've gone that route. And if they do arrive without having previously booked, that there's information on who they can contact and whatever. So it's not, as you say, it hasn't been problematic. They've been able to make that arrangement even if they arrive on site without a previous booking.
Through the Reeve, yes, Councillor King, that's correct. Yes, we updated all of that signage for 2020 when we made those changes, and we put that information on the website as well. And in addition, we included some COVID-19 specific signage as well at those smaller campgrounds, just so that our guests checking in were aware of what those changes were and what safety considerations were in place also.
Any other questions from council? Well, I'm hoping the COVID restrictions change, but I have my doubts. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Probably nobody's booking a tenting site today.
How much ice did you end up with? All right, if there is no more questions, I will call the question. Oh, great.
So
I will call for someone to make a motion. Here we go.
I would be prepared to make that motion, and with a couple of amendments as suggested by council. So the amendments would be that the service sites would be 35, and the on-service sites, other campgrounds, would be 20.
My question is, and they touched a little bit, what's the online cost of those unserviced sites to book them? Is that something we're not seeing?
$2.
Between 2 and 5.
So my motion would be that we approve the amended fees as presented for the amended fees for the 2021 amendments to the master rates bylaw, 1831, prior to its final reading. So the amendments being the 35 for a service site and 20 for the on-service sites, other campgrounds.
Okay. Is that up on screen? I will wait for it to come up on screen.
Does that make sense based on the motion? Approve the amended fee adjustments for the 2021. Oh, what? You got an amendments, you took one word out of there that shouldn't have. For the 2021. Oh, yeah. Yep. How about put in behind the amended, put camping? What are they, campground fees? Yeah, put campground fees in there. There we are. Does that read now?
Well, it's your motion, so I would defer. Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor King? We'll
no.
just wait until.
Just, yeah, Carolyn,
Yeah.
it's, yeah, other campgrounds, not Keivers, other campgrounds. Oh, now we're all watching you, so it's harder. That is pretty much what I intended.
All righty. For those that are attending by video conference, I will read the motion. Councillor King moved that council approves the amended campground fees adjustments for the 2021 amendments to the master rates bylaw 1831 prior to final reading. Service sites at $35, unserviced other campgrounds at 20. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor King.
And I assume that means that any of the other changes that were suggested are also included in my motion. So like the change to the tenting sites to 25, that's included. Tenting sites and other campgrounds to 20 from 15, that's all included. The wording of my motion might have precluded those other changes, so.
Okay, I'll make sure we get those into the motion.
Mr. Reeve, I think that covers everything that was needed.
All righty. Okay, I'm just, okay, so is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is carried. Okay, sorry, Councillor McGee, were you in favor or opposed? Probably just asking.
In favor.
Okay, so there would have been a time lapse on your, okay, very good. So that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 5.3.2, welcome back.
Thank you.
Don't make this one as difficult as the last one. Wasn't talking to her. Burn. Ouch. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead, anytime you're ready.
All good. Yeah. Thank you. The next item I have is again around considerations for possible inclusions in the master rates bylaw, and this time it's regarding Horseshoe Canyon pay parking. So the recommended motion, if this is something that council would like to see implemented for 2021, is that council approves the inclusion of $2 a vehicle for pay parking fees at Horseshoe Canyon in the 2021 amendments for master rates bylaw 1831, and that council direct administration to include $40,000 in the 2021 operating expense budget and $40,000 in the 2021 operating revenue budget for a pay parking pilot project at Horseshoe Canyon. So background on this, the town of Drumheller completed a pilot project for pay parking in 2019 and continued that initiative in 2020 at their Hoodoo's tourism site. Based on reports regarding the town of Drumheller's pilot project, there may be potential to see similar revenues at Horseshoe Canyon with the introduction of a similar model. On-site parking attendants could also provide that on-site county staff presence and provide information to visitors about the canyon and about other tourism attractions in Kneehill County and surrounding region. There may also be opportunity for partnerships as part of regional tourism initiatives. So discussion on this, administration is recommending that council would consider a pilot project for 2021 before a building and any related infrastructure is introduced, similar to what the town of Drumheller completed with their pilot project. This would provide for a trial season to assess any site-specific challenges, for example, traffic flow, parking attendant location, safety concerns before moving forward with any more permanent infrastructure on site. These revenue estimates are based on average traffic counts between May and September, operating from Thursday to Monday, and based on comparable values from Town of Drumheller reports. And so as stated, the costs, looking at $40,000 for annual operating costs to cover employees, signage and other materials. And then the revenue, looking at $40,000 if it's the same as the Town of Drumheller fees of $2 a vehicle. 2 seasonal employees are being recommended based on the Town of Drumheller report and due to mitigating safety and security concerns and dealing with the potential volume of traffic on site. There are potential disadvantages and impacts related to this initiative, including but not limited to potential traffic safety concerns around visitors parking on roadways, visitors accessing the canyon using informal access points that may pose safety concerns, higher volumes of visitors parking on neighboring properties where parking's free, and then concerns related to COVID-19 exposure with collecting payment and working in close proximity to high volumes of people. Additional costs due to potential enforcement that may be required around parking on roadways has not been included here in estimated costs, as those are unknown at this time. And an additional note on this is that the final recommendations from the focus group will be brought to council in April. Financial implications on this would be adjustments to the 2021 budget and then changes to the 2021 amendment of the Master Rates Bylaw 1831 to include pay parking fees. Council options, one that council approves amendments for Master Rates Bylaw 1831 and inclusion of $40,000 in operating budget on both expense and revenue side for 2021 pay parking pilot at Horseshoe Canyon, or 2, that council receives this information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Shelby from council? Councillor Penner.
Shelby, currently we have staff travel there daily, 1 or 2, I'm not quite sure, to clean the outhouses and the tables and whatnot else. Is there any chance that this would be incorporated into one of their jobs?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Penner, yes, that has been discussed, especially because the coverage that's being proposed here would be from Thursday to Monday, and certainly we do see those high traffic numbers on the weekends, so that has been discussed as if there were staff on site on the weekends that they could take that on, as well as just picking up any garbage and conducting some of that cleaning throughout the day as well. The staff that we have currently attending to Horseshoe Canyon also attends to some of the other sites, and they also water trees as well. So yeah, that would definitely help alleviate some of those and help with cross-training across the roles for sure.
Councillor Penner.
Further question I had for you was concerning the focus group, and maybe Deputy Reeve McGee might be able to touch on this a little bit if we go there. You said that a decision would be done coming April, which is almost too late for us as a council to say yay or nay to this. Can we elaborate on in the thinking from the focus group in any way, or?
Through the Reeve, to answer your question, Councillor Penner, because those recommendations from the focus group will be finalized and presented in April, I would prefer not to speak to, I guess, any recommendations at this time, as those have not been finalized by the group. But that is an accurate assessment that that would not leave a lot of time to implement this initiative on the ground for May 1st, with those final recommendations being brought forward in April.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thanks. In regards to the focus group, I too don't want to say anything. And where I'm very comfortable with this motion is we're calling it a pilot project. So, you know, it's kind of like an exploratory thing that we're going to do. And we can then, when we look at that, what comes back, we can see how the information from this applies to what they're suggesting. So for me, it being a pilot project is where I have the comfort zone.
Councillor Penner.
Thanks, Deputy Reeve McGee. In my feelings is that we've missed out for the last 2 years, and I would like to see this go ahead, especially as a pilot program. And so I'm prepared to make the motion that council approves the inclusion of a $2 vehicle for pay parking fees at Horseshoe Canyon for the 2021 amendments to the Master Rate Bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
Just perhaps a little more information, if I could. I assume, based on the pilot project that was run in Drumheller, they took an approach that was very educational at the beginning to inform people about why they were putting the fee in place, and also making room for people who were absolutely adamantly opposed to the fact that they might have to pay. Is that our intent, that we probably would incorporate those kind of guidelines so that A, we protect our staff from belligerent individuals, and B, that gives time for people to make the adjustment in their thinking. $2 is not very much. Usually it's sitting in your loose coins in your console or somewhere, but I anticipate there'd be some reaction to the implementation. And so are we going to take a similar approach? That's my question.
Through the Reeve, to answer your question, Councillor King, absolutely. Those are all key considerations that we have discussed internally as administration, and that would be considered in rolling out this initiative, as well as that communication to the public as well. And yes, around the engagement piece, education, and then the training to maintain, to ensure the safety of our staff and visitors to the site, absolutely.
Councillor Penner.
In a follow-up to that, over the last 2 years, I've been talking to councillors and staff in Drumheller, and the number of donations overwhelmed the numbers that didn't pay. People handed them a 5 instead of a 2 and said, keep it, great initiative. And they loved the education, the promotion of the district when they were there. So that, like I said, that it was overwhelming. The donation side of it paid for those people that felt that they've been nickeled and dimed at everything they do.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
So my question is the word fee a problem if you're going to, is it better to have the word donation, and does donation work for municipality to even use?
Councillor Penner.
I think the word fee should be in there. I know when we have fundraisers at our halls and whatnot else to pay for the breakfast, the donations are just phenomenal, what comes out of it. But for a situation like this, I think we need to leave the word fee in there.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing as not, we do have the motion on screen. I will call the question. All those. Councillor Hugo, are you part? Any concerns?
I'm still here, yes, sir.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that is carried unanimously. I see we have one more motion to make on this.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes.
I would make the motion then that council direct administration to include 40,000 in the 2021 operating expense budget and 40,000 in the 2021 operating revenue budget for a pay parking pilot project at Horseshoe Canyon.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, Shelby. Our next agenda item, Protective Services, 5.4.1. Welcome, Mr. Marcellus. And is Ms. Grossfield also online? Just a question. There she is. Very good. Okay, so I'm not sure who's taking it, but go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. My apologies for not being able to be there today. Just kind of going to go through a little bit of the beginning of the RFD, and then we're going to switch over to the actual report that was submitted in your package. So we're bringing you today the Emergency Communication System Upgrade Project Change Request. The recommended motion that we're asking council is to change the scope of the emergency communications upgrade project to AFRAX instead of digital, thus canceling the existing agreement with the contractor. Council moved to amend the project in the 2021 capital budget from 960,250 to 978,000, with additional funds of 17,750 to come from contingency funds. And then council will move, we're asking council to move to have administration review the ICF agreements in regards to the clarification that might be needed in the communication system section. So if we switch over to the report, it goes through a little bit more detail about the impacts that have come to the table for us on this project. So the first impact is the Sarcee and Linden towers are twisted, so which means that they're overweighted. So having the communication system plus private wireless companies has overweighted those two towers. They are freestanding towers, so they are not guide wire towers. The repairs to the tower system, so not only is there maintenance, but there's also grounding issues. These kind of all came a little bit more. We knew that we had maintenance to do. And every year we budget about $8,000 to $10,000 to do maintenance on the towers. However, the maintenance is getting a little bit beyond that amount. And we've also noted that the impact there is going to be replacement of those towers with the existing equipment that we have on it because of the overweighting that's happening right now. Security and risk. So tower analysis by WestCan and the known risk, they've gone on and they've done a bit better assessment of the towers. So we need anti-climb on all the towers, fencing at some of the towers, and there's no engineer drawings because they are so old. That is a requirement. However, they are so old, so they're kind of grandfathered at the same time. The Trochu tower. So this is the biggest impact on this project, I think. We are unable to locate on the AFRAX tower that is right beside the RCMP tower that we're currently using for emergency services. So we did get a call back from AFRAX and they did say no to co-locating. And we also asked the RCMP if it was possible if we could purchase that tower. And they also came back with highly unlikely was the answer. So this is a $300,000 extra project that we did put into the capital budget as, again, just an estimate because we really didn't know. So it hasn't been approved yet in the capital budget of 2021. So the project then would move from 960,000 up to 1.2 million with building that new tower in that area. I've already gone through the RCMP purchase option. And the original report that we received in phase 1 of the assessment didn't identify the issues with the existing tower system in the way that we made that original recommendation to you. So we chose the digital path thinking that we had a relatively good system in place for our tower structure. But in the end, we don't at the current weighting of the equipment on those towers. Number 7 is that Drumheller Fire now has access to AFRAX. They didn't when we originally brought the RFD. And financial sustainability. We are just looking at the entire system and we know that there's tons of impacts across the board, and it's not only emergency services, but not having emergency services on that tower system may lead to further options going down the road. It would just take off so much weight off those towers that I think that it would extend the life of those towers if needed, so that we could use them for other possible uses. So right now we do rent out tower space to broadband companies as well to offer broadband services. So we would still say that we need to maintain those systems, but without having the weight of our emergency services systems on it, that might be better for more stakeholders involved in the region. So in that financial sustainability, we also have that the capital needs to replace these towers if we would keep the emergency services on them, because they are critical infrastructure then. The capital needed to replace those towers in the next 5 years would be 1.1 million. So that's over and above this project. So AFRAC's overview, we kind of talk about the advantages and disadvantages, and we've gone through those a little bit in the past as well. Sorry, do you want to stop and ask questions along the way, or are we good to just go through this?
I think we're
Keep
good.
tracking?
Just keep on going.
Okay, so the AFRAC's overview. So I've listed advantages and disadvantages there. The advantage is that we're moving to a provincial tower and repeater system owned by the province, so we wouldn't have capital infrastructure on the emergency services side. The disadvantages is that the broadband, if we sell those towers to private business, that might be limiting the broadband, but there's no saying that we actually have to sell those towers to a private business. We could potentially keep that tower system throughout to help with that other side of that. Advantages on licensing. So instead of having two different systems, because we're moving.
Deb?
Oh,
Councillor
yes.
King. You were just discussing keeping those towers and maintaining them to allow use for broadband and so on. Does the revenue we generate from that leasing of tower, would it cover our maintenance costs?
Maintenance, through the Reeve, maintenance costs, it depends how many. Right now we're only renting to 2 companies. So if we would offer those to maybe more companies, maybe we could continue. We could also maybe sell a couple of the towers and keep a couple of the towers as well. Doesn't mean that we might have to keep all of them. It's just we never really looked at disposal of the tower system quite yet in detail. But right now, the rent would not cover the maintenance of all 5 towers because we're only renting out 2 spots, 2 of the towers to private company.
Just as a follow-up then, my understanding is then if we took our equipment down with a little bit of equipment would stay on those towers, they obviously would be able to carry that load. If we started to add additional load through other service providers, would we run back into the overweighting problem again?
There's definitely 2 towers, which are the freestanding towers that wouldn't be able to have too many companies on them. And those are the ones down in the Carbon-Linden area, the Sarcee and the Linden area. But the Carbon tower is a guide wire tower, and so is the Wimborne one as well. So you're right, we definitely have to make sure that we're not overweighting those towers, 100%.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to ask a question? Okay, you can continue then, Ms. Grosfield.
Okay, thank you. So following the decommission of the tower system, if we went ahead and sold those towers or got rid of that tower system, there would be no more insurance, power, security, maintenance, phone lines, lease agreements. None of that would happen anymore. But the disadvantage, of course, is that the impact to the municipalities for replacement of radios is a little bit higher because those radios do cost more. So the next part is impacts to other stakeholders. So this tower system goes much more beyond emergency services, and it is an organization and outside that organization impact. So the municipalities, so this decision affects municipalities because of the cost of those AFRAX radios. They are definitely more expensive than the digital radios. We go from the digital radios being under $1,000 and the AFRAX radios being about $4,000, $3,000 to $4,000. So we have tested a lot of those radios, and because of our terrain, especially along the river valleys, we do recommend that we go with a bit better radio on the higher side of that 4,000. Some of the radios go up to $7,000, so we're kind of in that mid-range of a handheld radio. So that's where we're recommending that. We have talked to all the CAOs. We've talked to all the fire chiefs. There are some different ways that we can implement AFRAX. However, we haven't made there was no decisions that have been made. And that's something that I think that collaboratively we'll need to work with the rest of those CAOs and fire chiefs in trying to figure out that implementation. Kneehill County operations. So parks and utilities no longer use the in-truck radios. Utilities uses the towers for a private internet service. So right now there's a private internet service on the the Sarcee Tower and the Linden Tower. And so they use those to monitor the reservoirs and the pump houses. So it's an internet service that they use. So internet service, of course, is very important in today's age for sure. So we also discovered that Aqua 7 also uses the towers for monitoring their pump stations. Transportation installs radios and new equipment. However, it's limited due to the changing technologies. And so when we spoke with transportation, their preference would be to eventually delete the radio units because those do cost as well to put them in every truck. So just looking at different ways and different, and again, this could be a stepping in solution. We don't have to make those kind of decisions today, although they do impact the decision. We understand that. And then working alone we have a fleet complete in all of our units that have GPS, so they can alert supervisors if they're down. So those were kind of what operations was concerned about. But they also do recognize that technology is improving and that there's probably some different technologies that we could be using and that wouldn't be so costly.
Okay, well, there's a little break here. Well, it's not a little break. I guess I just made it a break. Our operations department, not operations, water department uses the towers. If we decommission those towers, how is that going to affect the water environmental department, I guess, and Aqua 7? Is there a way to mitigate that problem?
From speaking with John, it sounds like we're able to, as long as they still have internet. So, you know, there's a possibility that we could either sell the towers to internet companies or we could be leasing those out if we had some more capacity on those towers.
Mr. Hogan, you had a comment.
Yeah, to follow up on what Deb has said, is it's a discussion that we need to have internally. We do believe there are options, but this again is why, as Deb has outlined, we wouldn't look to decommission the towers tomorrow. There's got to be a plan in place as to what that has, because there will be those other impacts. In addition to that, you asked about Aqua 7. Aqua 7 would need to take a look at that. They would have to make some changes, but again, those are likely doable. But they also promote the idea that we would not move right away to decommission those towers because we do need to come up with those strategies and those plans, as well as tied into this is what the county's overall broadband strategy is. And we haven't, you know, as the county, we don't have a substantial broadband policy. I mean, we will support companies that want to come in with letters of support to access government funding. I shouldn't say we will do that, but you've got an item on your agenda later today for that. But items like that have been done in the past. And so if we can encourage those, then that's a way. And what we might find is, and Deb has alluded to this several times, is it might be in the county's interest regarding broadband to maybe not decommission those towers over time, but to repurpose them. And whether that means we keep them as a backbone or we make them available to ISPs at a low cost, there's different options there, right? And so that's what needs to be explored in the upcoming time period before those towers are decommissioned. And like I said, that probably involves the creation of a more formal broadband policy for the county. That is something that our Economic Development Department is looking at in terms of the work that they're doing as to the requirements for broadband, what might be coming. We know the Starlink system is coming at some point, but the time frame's unknown. So all of this stuff would influence the decommissioning or repurposing schedule for those towers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Councillor King.
Ms. Grossfield, you were mentioning that in the conversation with other municipalities that the discussion was that we would initially go ahead with digital with AFRAC supplement and then slowly transition. If we accelerate the process into this AFRAC's radio system, are our partners likely going to be in favor of that? Are they going to be reluctant to move as quick as we are? So are we a little bit premature in making the decision to go 100% AFRACs?
I spoke with the CAOs and most of them said it really does make sense for us to go to AFRACs. It really does. In the long term, it does. However, they do know that there could be potential impacts upon them. We have also looked at different scenarios for that as well. There's different ways to solve it. So not only do you have an app that will allow people to respond, there's also pager systems instead of every single person having a radio. And there's also leasing options by some different companies that are providing leasing options instead of buying them straight up. Dan, maybe could you speak on your conversations with the fire chiefs?
Sure can, through the Reeve. When I was discussing this with all the chiefs, they're all pro going AFRACs. What we found, the cost-wise, talking to Trochu in particular, they have, in 12 years, have only had to replace 3 radios. So that shows when you've got a good control program and you're making sure that the maintenance of the radios is up, you get a long life out of these things. And when people take care of their equipment, we don't have, nor do the municipalities have, an extended cost on them. For the other stuff, they're on board. They really want to go this way. It's when we get farther up, when we look at the maps, you'll see some differences that really improve our capabilities by moving this way, but I'll wait till we get there.
Just a supplemental question, I guess. Oftentimes fire departments are ahead of their own municipality council in terms of what they would like to have. And so ultimately the cost of these radios fall back to the municipality, not the fire department. And so that was why my question related specifically to the municipalities. I can see the firefighters being very interested in perhaps going in this direction based on what's in the RFD and the mapping. However, we still have to have our municipal partners be on board as well and acknowledge the impact to their finances as well.
If I can, through the Reeve, Councillor King, on that point, I have reached out to other fire chiefs in other counties as far as high level, Smoky Lake, next door to us in Mountain View County, Red Deer County. And I have been in conversation with Stettler County to see what options they have employed to bring these systems in. Some of them are the advantage that they are a regional system. So by having that platform, it makes it easier. The overall impact, if we look at some options of we purchase the first batch, and then after that we look at how it's going to work, that's something the administration will have to work on and come back to you with more detail. For the initial impact, if we do buy as proposed, what Deb's coming up to here, there's very little impact to the municipalities in this initial stage. The only impact comes to them is if they lose the equipment or use it as a parking brake, and we prefer they don't use that. So we are looking at options to, yeah, we know, we were looking at options to keep them safe and secure. So by discussing with other municipalities, Deb did mention the app. Some have an app that gives the voice of the radio. I won't get too deep in the weeds on this. Others have pagers, but the pagers aren't cheap. They have a fairly large cost because they're basically an AFRAX radio. dollar value on that, I'm not going to quote because I'm only going off a couple and I want to have the right information for you, but they are still significant in charge.
Okay.
And absolutely, that's kind of part of what my, what our recommendation is that we do actually sit down and do that MOU on the ICFs and have more conversation with not only the CAOs, but their councils as well. From my understanding is that most fire chiefs did speak with their CAOs about this. So, and then one more point of clarification. With the emergency services on these towers right now, we do not have, it does not support a broadband policy. So I kind of just wanted to make sure that that was clear, just because we are taking up the bulk of the weight on those tower systems. So the financial impacts. So we've given two options there. So right now we're option one. Right now, option one is the current digital contract. So we have a contract right now for around $650,000. However, with all the impacts that we listed prior to this, that now is going to go up to between 1.1 and $1.3 million. And I know that we had talked about that before when we brought the original to you, and you set the capital budget for 2020 for this project at $960,000. So it's just that we were able to get that contract for less, thinking that we could, we didn't have to do the work that we needed to do on the tower system, thinking we had a good tower system. So that's kind of where we are at and why the recommendation was made. With option one in the digital contract, that also includes an annual operating amount of $44,000 detailed below, and then plus a capital replacement. So we've put in $220,000 a year to replace the 4 towers within 5 years. This still does not solve the problem of Trochu. The Trochu replacement is included in that 1.3 above. So we would have to build a new tower in the Trochu area. So the capital replacement is only for the 4 existing towers, not the 5 that we need to run the system. Option 2 is the AFRAX proposal, and that's between $951 and $1.026 million. So the annual operating does go down to $12,000. And then plus the operating of the old system in 2021 and 2022, we have $24,000 in the 2021 budget right now to operate that system that we've already included in the budget. And then of course, option 2 includes decommissioning and or selling of the tower or renting them out, or we haven't really looked into those options very well. So an evaluation of the project is below. And so we have the digital with AFRAX on one side and the AFRAX on the other. And in the end, we're looking at the digital with AFRAX is $1,178,800,000. The AFRAX, the project total we're looking at is $978,000. So this $978,000 includes those handheld options. So we've included the handheld option of $450,000, and that's option 2, again, in the next page. That's the recommended one. So that includes a certain amount of radios to go to the members. So if you wanted to, we can kind of look at that. So we've given 3 different options here, and this is what will impact the municipalities. This is the decision here of where the impacts will be. So option 1, the cost is $777,000, and that includes radios by membership. So all fire departments, all fire members would get a radio, no matter what. So that includes, and we've listed the numbers of the members per hall. So you'll see that Torrington Hall has 19 members, but Linden Hall has 32 members. And so that total is $777,000. Option 2, and that's what we're recommending, is by truck seating plus the officers for safety reasons. So that, so can kind of see where the handhelds are for each of those departments. So that includes 120 handhelds. So it is 13 handhelds less than your option 1. And option 3 is by truck seating only. And so that does not include those extras. And so that takes it down to 113 handhelds. The mobiles and the repeaters stay the same through all 3 options. So the difference there is your options are between 423,000 and 498,000. It just depends which option we go to, and we kind of went the halfway point as the recommendation. Now, again, the fire departments are, the fire departments and the CAOs, this is where the impact is. So for Linden and Trochu who have more members, they'll need more radios, right? And so they'll want more radios. And so that's the conversation that we need to have with those fire departments and with those municipalities. That's where the impact lies. And then we can get into the annual operating of both. The annual operating of the digital is approximately $42,000 a year. We are paying for 2 licenses under that because we do have AFRAX radios and digital radios, which increase that cost. We have land rentals and tower maintenance for all of those. And we've actually done up a bit of a tower maintenance schedule that I think that we could probably take over the next 3 years. I don't think we need to, my opinion is it would be great if we actually went out and solved all the problems with the radio structure, with the tower structures immediately. However, we know that it comes with a $85,000 price tag. So we could step that through the next 3 years through a maintenance program instead. And maybe, again, that's an estimate because we haven't actually went out and quoted fencing around the different tower systems. And so we haven't quite got to that point, but we do know the approximate amount to put in here. And then annual operating for the digital system would also include the $220,000 for the next 5 years to build the towers by 2025. The annual cost of AFRAX then is $12,000 annually because we wouldn't be putting into a capital replacement plan. We would be looking at an actual just maintenance plan to keep those radios or those towers for a shorter amount of time until we can get more systems in place for those other stakeholders. And then we have provided you there with some coverage maps of the different areas and what it looks like and what AFRAX looks like as a comparison that Dan could answer questions on.
If I could, Mr. Eve, I could explain these maps. It's
That
not
would
just,
be lovely of you.
it's not just a coloring test.
Looks like it.
So in this, sorry, was that Councilor Christie? Yeah. With these coverage maps, the top map in the greens and the blues, that is the AFRAX coverage. And this one here is the Highway 575 and Highway 9 area, so in our Horseshoe Canyon and our far southeast area. The light, if you notice on there, there's actually 2 colors of blue, a dark blue and a light blue, and then the green. The green above is full coverage. We've got no problem there whatsoever. The blues, they recommend a 10 watts, so that's your mobile radio. Handheld will hear the information, but you won't be able to transmit out. So that's why we incorporate in here the mobile repeater. The dark blue is no coverage. So if they're right down the bottom of that coulee, they've got no way to get out, and that's why we've asked for these mobile repeaters. Carolyn, if you can scroll up. This one here on the bottom is our actual coverage using our current carbon tower. The darker the red is, the hotter the map. So that's right, pretty much base of the tower, we've got the best signal. The blues and the grays are the area we've got no coverage. And if you notice, between the two, you've got Highway 841 there. We've got no coverage whatsoever on our current system in that area down there leading into Wheatland County. Whereas in the AFRAX system above, we do. It's fully covered in there. So we gain ground and we actually gain gain a way to talk to people. The grays, we've identified that's the area that will need the mobile repeaters, regardless of which system. So the gray and the blue, pretty much the same thing. The blue means bad. It's not good communication. Next page, please. So this one here is the Torrington area. Related to this one, if I can just get you to advance ahead, Carolyn, to the last page. I think it's page 9. Yeah, here we go. So this map here is the towers that are available that AFRAX has. 0079 that's on there is actually on the Linden Hill, co-located where we have our own tower. And 0066 is on Morin. So with everything around it, that dark blue C area there by 072, that's the Torrington area. So we definitely need coverage in there. We'll need 10-watt radios for sure. If we go back to the one specifically at Torrington, back up on page 7 of this one, please. You can see this is more clearly defined. We can see the darker blues and the light blues that AFRAX give us the issue with. Town of Torrington's not too bad. Wimborne's good. But anything to the west in that Cooley area is affected. So we're trying to use the tower that's on the Linden Hill, but we've got the ridge in between, and then we're trying to hit the Olds towers to the west. So that gives us the difficulty with the terrain issue in that area. We can scroll up to the legacy system. Perfect. Thank you. You'll see Torrington at the top. You can see right in the town of Torrington, we don't have coverage. We're covered by blue and a little bit of gray. So we've actually had it. They could be standing at the fire hall and their handheld does not work. So they can get on the truck radio because it's got more power and they're able to talk to that repeater. So that's where the mobile repeater comes in. You can see regardless of which system in this area, we still have complications due to the terrain. Next page, please. This one here is the Trochu Huxley area, more so in the Dry Island Buffalo Jump area. You can see the river valleys a challenge, and any of the low points in the terrain are where we're going to have issues. So with these three, these are the 3 areas we've identified that need the mobile repeater. And regardless if we stay legacy or we go AFRAX, we still need it for coverage. Could you scroll down, please? You'll see that the gray and blue area is pretty much the same thing. It's still in that Dry Island Buffalo Jump area. We've got no coverage, and you can actually see around some of the Hutterite colonies there before the river, we've got some really bad areas in there too where we've got no coverage. If you could just stay on that for a sec, if we take the Trochu tower out, as is going to happen with the RCMP, that gray area basically starts at Huxley and goes north. We really lose a large area for the coverage and protection of our residents. So that was a huge reason why we were coming to you with the request for AFRAX. I'll hand it back to you, Deb.
Councillor Christie.
The mobile repeaters are mounted on the engine or command, or where do they go? Or are they just
High ground.
Through the reeve. Councillor Christie, with that one, we're looking at actually a suitcase variant, so it's not stuck in a truck. If a truck goes in for maintenance, we've lost that capability. So we have it in a suitcase we can use it on any platform, and if it's not the big engines or that, we can put on the bush trucks and have them go to the higher ground and give us that capability. Send the lighter vehicle in that actually can get in, and we'll use that. So by having it portable between units, we're not stuck. And again, with the maintenance issue, if it's gone, it's gone. But this way it stays in ready for use.
Thank you.
It's like the nuclear football. Okay, go ahead. Or is there any other questions? Okay, seeing as not, proceed.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. So I just take you back to the request for decision then, and we can talk about the financial implications. So I've already kind of went over them, but option 1 would be possibly between 1.1 million and 1.3 million. And then option 2 is the AFRAX proposal between 951 and 1,026,651. And so council's options are to approve the recommendation as presented, leave the project scope as digital with AFRAX supplementing working with the existing budget, plus a Trochu tower solution into the 2021 capital budget. And number 3 is administration to come back other options. I just do caution you that because of the current contract that we are in, it's imperative that we, I guess, move forward, because it really is dependent on being able to return the equipment if we are going AFRACs. So the out clauses of that contract are dependent on a decision to be made on whether or not we're going to continue, or if we're going to get out of that digital contract.
Mr. Marcellus, I have a question for you. The AFRAX radios, if we have is there such a thing as a quantity discount? If we're buying as many as what we're looking at here, or is that number the quantity discount number?
Mr. Reed, we're looking into the best options. This is the best rate that we've got so far. We are able to talk to the manufacturer directly and get their best price, and then have that go through the company that we're going to opt to have programmed and bring them into service. So we do have a little wiggle room, but not a lot. This is pretty much the best price that they can give us on these models. If I could, Mr. Reed, one comment I would like to add. With these radios, I have talked to the other municipalities on operating not with a full radio for every person. They found most of them can get by without it. The one thing I had that was a good wisdom from one county was you need the radios for the people on the scene. You need to have your scene safe, and everybody on the scene has to have a radio so that you know where they're at, control. Nobody, the chance of hurt is reduced. To have that person that didn't respond, to have that radio there to listen to it in the coffee shop, is the one that we're trying to move and retrain thinking on. So the biggest thing we want to make sure is, if we don't give everybody a radio, we want to give them the capability that they can hear the first 5 minutes of the call, so that the key information that comes in can be given back to the people that are there. One advantage to having everybody with the radio, we've got a lot of people that are operators for oil companies. We've got a lot of farmers. We've got a lot of people that are out in areas. If a fire happens close to them, they can get there quicker while the people are still responding, and do what's called a size up. Give us the information that we need of what they see, so that we can get the right equipment coming to make sure that we can take care of that situation very quickly once we arrive on scene. That size up information is critical. So it's a fine balance between the two, but it's one that I'm on the fence as to whether we give everybody a full radio, at least the officers and the trucks, as per our recommendation of the two. That way the officers can answer the call, talk to dispatch, and then when the crews get to the hall, they can jump in the trucks and the radios are there. But it's important too to have those apps and that, and we're looking at stuff in the background here of how we can make that work for that critical information to get to the responders, so that they also have that mental picture in their head of what they're ready for when they get to scene.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for using the wrong term. I should have said Chief Marcellus, so forgive me. Councillor Penner.
Thanks for that, Dan, because I have a trouble with balance too, and it jumps out at me with the radio requirement options, and one department, and I'm not against anybody or whatever having the, like, that's a big expense to, like, it's $56,000 or whatever, compared to the number of seats in the vehicles that are there. I'm just trying to balance, yes, when I need somebody at my place, I want them there, is there other options for them to have other than the higher ups in the departments? I'm like you, I'm trying to balance here, which way to go.
Through the reef, Councillor Penner, I agree. It is a difficult decision. Talking to these other municipalities, we've got some that run with not even enough radios for their haul. That's an option I really don't want to bring forward, because it doesn't make sense. When we get to scene, the safety of everybody there is critical. So that's why I said one per seat. That's why we're bringing that. Having the officer capability, so that's where we are looking at. There are pagers available. The dollar value we've got are in the $900 range per pager. That's pretty expensive for a pager. It's pretty big, it's pretty clunky, but they hear everything, and they can hear what's going on with that call. They can't talk, but they can hear what's happening. So that's something we can bring to the thing. We're also looking at different models of radios so that we can see what gives us the best coverage. We might be able to get more with a different brand than what we're currently looking at. But the model that we're looking at right now has been proven. Our peace officers have used this model for the last 2 years, and it works very well for what they do. The only thing is we've got to look at some wireless options so that we can protect the radio. And I don't want to look at it this way, but I've got no problem with burning up a $100 headset as opposed to a $3,000 radio. So these are options that we're looking at that save us and save the health of the guys and girls that are out there. With the equipment that they're carrying, we don't want to give them too much because that leads to firefighter fatigue. But we give them just enough that they get the job done and have what they need there. To give you the straight answer on where to go, I would recommend at least the one per truck and that, and then we can deal with afterwards how they want to kit out. Each department wants to take care of their people. But the biggest thing we're looking at is within the system, we want the balance. That what we have is protection for the members on scene to what we need for them to give for us as we contract them to do the duties of firefighting. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Penner.
Councillor King.
So again, I'm going to assume there's been some conversation with the fire departments in terms of numbers of radios and appropriate ways to put them out there. And it would make sense to me that we should have enough radios that for the seats that are available for firefighters to respond, they have radios when they're on scene, and then that they're, the extra radios that they need to maintain control of the scene would make sense to me. If an individual fire department has a desire to have a number of radios in excess to what we're perhaps suggesting we're willing to put into the proposal, perhaps then the conversation needs to be with that particular municipality and fire department about the responsibility they might have to carry to provide those extra radios beyond what we're willing to provide. And I don't think it's unreasonable for us to provide a protection level that you see as necessary, and I'm talking probably option 2 where you have radios for truck seating plus officers for safety and all the command that's required. And then if they think that, well, you know, that only provides us with 2/3 of our members having radios, so be it. If they need that other third to have radios, perhaps that's not our responsibility. Perhaps that's theirs. And that might need to be part of the conversation that goes on in, you know, making this decision with those individual municipalities. Because oftentimes firefighters see a different need for radios than perhaps we do sitting at this table. But at the same point in time, I would say sometimes their definition of need goes beyond what's actually required. So enough said there.
Are there any other questions from council? What are council's wishes? Yes, go ahead, Councillor King.
So again, I guess this would be for Deb, Ms. Grossfield. The recommendation that you're making regarding the AFRACs, is that based on option 2, or is that up to us? Are we supposed to be designating what option we're going to follow?
That is based on option 2, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councillor King.
The conversation we're having here regarding AFRACs and the change to the system makes sense to me based on coverage, firefighter safety, ability to respond, and all of those things. It makes sense, especially when we start looking at having to expend large amounts of capital to replace towers if we don't go in this direction. So in my mind, the movement to AFRACs makes a lot of sense from a county point of view in terms of long-term costs and maintenance. So I guess I would be prepared to make that motion that we change the scope of the emergency communications upgrade project to AFRAX instead of the digital system with AFRAX, thus ultimately canceling the existing agreement with our project contractor.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. It is on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none, I hear none, so call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried unanimously. We have a couple other motions, I do believe. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to move to amend project B1943 in the 2021 capital budget from $960,250 to $978,000 with the additional funds of $17,750 to come from the contingency funds.
Hey, thank you. We have a motion as on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the final motion that council move to have administration review the ICF fire agreements to ensure whether a clarification / MOU is needed with all contracted municipalities in regards to the communications system.
Thank you. Motion as what's on, or as what's presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none, hear none, so I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Okay, well, thank you very much, I think.
Thank you, council, very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Do we know if lunch is here? Because we do have a delegation at 1. Sorry about that. Okay. You want a break? Okay, let's recess. And we'll come back at 1 for a delegation. Okay, good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. I'll bring the meeting back to order. We have a delegation, Great Plains MDF. You guys, one of you, all of you, want to present? You'll have to come up and use the presenter's desk because there is, we have someone on video and the only way they can hear is if you have the mics on there. Video streaming, yes. Okay, it is 1 o'clock. Welcome, gentlemen. I will let council introduce themselves. And once we're through that, you can introduce and do your presentation, starting from my far right.
Wade Christie.
Debbie Penna?
And my name is Jerry Whitstock.
Glenn Keiver.
And Ken King.
And we have Deputy Reeve McGee joining us by video conference. And I do believe there will be Councillor
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. And I do believe Councillor Hugo may be joining us a little later. And seated with us is our CAO, Mike Hogan. So if you guys would like to introduce, and anytime you want to get going.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for giving us the time to speak to you today. Everyone hear me okay?
You have to speak into the mic. Yeah, you have to probably sit.
Let's see if we can move that. How's that? Okay?
Can you hear Deputy Reeve McGee? Yes, sounds like it'll work.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving us the time to speak with you today. My name is Brian John McLeod. I am President and Chairman of Great Plains MDF. With me is, on my left, Wayne Wasilyu, who is our Vice President of Research and Development, and on my right, Jerry Moore, who is a Director for the province of Alberta. As we go through this presentation, please feel free to ask any questions you have, either at the time or at the end of the presentation. We'll certainly appreciate questions. We'll try and give you some good answers. Let me give you a little background. Great Plains is planning on building the world's largest MDF plant in Kneehill County. This will be the first plant in North America to use wheat straw rather than wood as its raw material. Planning for this mill began roughly 6 years ago. And what triggered that planning was a team of us came together and said, how are you going to make MDF in the future? Wood supplies are dwindling for a whole series of reasons. But it's going to be hard to build MDF mills if you don't have the raw material to make the product. Started doing some research. Very quickly became obvious that the only raw material available in sufficient quantity was agricultural fiber. And so we did the research to determine, can you make MDF out of agricultural fiber? The answer was a little bit surprising, is that not only can you make MDF out of agricultural fiber, in many cases the product is superior to a wood-based product. Ultimately, we intend to build 5 of the board mills that I'll be talking about. And matching those 5 board mills will be 5 value-added centers, which will take the raw board and process it into finished components. But first we have to start with the board mill. The plant itself that we're talking about will provide approximately 380 direct jobs on site, another 85 jobs in head office, and we haven't decided yet the location of head office, and up to 1,900 indirect jobs in straw collection, delivery, plant supplies, maintenance and repairs, outbound transportation. So in total, we're estimating around 2,335 jobs attributable to the mill. If the value-added center is built in conjunction with it, That will add another 1,000 direct jobs. Initially, the plant will use wheat straw for making MDF. But once we get started, we will also evaluate barley straw and canola straw. We did some work on barley, some research, but that research is not complete. It will be complete once we start production and determine if we can use barley as well. And we have not yet researched canola, and that will be the other fiber to evaluate. What is probably interesting about this mill is that this will be the largest environmental project ever built in Canada. The estimate is that the plant will reduce carbon dioxide emissions by over 40 million metric tons, which is a pretty staggering number and ranks it as the biggest carbon sequestration project in Canadian history. The plant will use roughly 800,000 tons of straw a year, starting with wheat straw. And the plant, like most MDF plants, will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for approximately 330 days a year, with 35 days off for repairs, maintenance, servicing, etc. Capital cost of the mill is currently estimated at $850 million. And since the topic often comes up, one of the raw materials we require at the mill is water. A lot of water, roughly 1,300 cubic meters a day. And we're in discussions with the town of Kneehill for determining if they are in a position of being able to help supply us with some or all of that water. It doesn't have to be potable water, although in Kneehill's case, it would be potable water. While our objectives include producing a high-quality MDF and matching it up with outstanding customer service, our objectives go beyond this. We want to be partners with the farmers who supply us straw. After all, without the farmers, we have nothing. So we want to build good long-term working relationships with all of those farmers willing to sell us wheat straw and hopefully ultimately barley straw and canola straw. Equally, we want to be good partners with the county and the towns where we operate and with the citizens of those areas. I think you will find our door is always open, and we're interested in knowing what programs we can help support or other opportunities where you may need our assistance. As you may know, it's been recently announced, we reached agreement with PCL Construction, Canada's largest contractor, to be the general contractor for the project. And we've also reached agreement with KTC Engineering to provide all the engineering services required. The bulk of our equipment is sourced from Europe. It's the only place that makes most of this stuff. And we have agreements in place with 4 separate suppliers. Although in the negotiations with those suppliers, we insisted that any fabrication that did not necessarily have to be done in Europe would be brought to Alberta and given to Alberta firms to fabricate rather than importing the components from Europe. Some of the items, like the press, for example, is only manufactured in Germany, so we don't have much choice there. But there's a lot of other equipment which could be fabricated in Germany or Switzerland or Holland or wherever else it's coming from. And we've asked that that be fabricated in Alberta. In terms of paying for all this, we are working with a US lender to complete their required due diligence of the project. They've announced they're ready to start on that, and their due diligence is much shorter in terms of time than the due diligence you would see from, say, a Canadian bank, where that diligence can go on for 8 to 12 months. With these fellows, it goes on for about 3 weeks. But there's a lot of other things that accompany that due diligence, like writing up all the lending agreements. And so we believe that that financing will be complete by the end of April. And the funding resulting from that will start likely in early June. At that point, there will still be roughly 4 months of engineering design still required to be complete. So once that engineering design is done, we'll be able to actually start mill construction, which, assuming we have all the required permits and approvals, that construction will likely start sometime in October. And we're faced with, let me back up. The mill will operate 2 continuous presses. That's very unusual for an MDF mill, but like I say, we're building the biggest one in the world. And we will likely install both presses at the same time because of safety for the workers. And then we will start up the smaller press initially, get that press running properly, and then go on to the longer, bigger press. So we have a period from startup to full production of about 12 to 18 months once the plant is built. In terms of location, we have reached a tentative agreement with 2 sellers for what amounts to 3/4 sections of land. I think the area is referred to locally as the Equity Site. It lies between Three Hills and Trochu, and there's a total of 3/4 of a section involved. The mill itself will occupy about, and the accessory equipment and everything else that goes with a mill of this nature will occupy about 2/4 sections, and then there'll be straw storage on site for another 1/4 section. Looking down the road, just to give you a sense and your constituents a sense of what this means besides jobs, is that you'll see an increase in truck traffic and rail traffic in the area. For rail, all of the resin we use to glue all this stuff together, keep getting that, all comes in on rail, and then the majority of the finished product we ship out will also be shipped out by rail. In terms of trucking, there will be a lot of truckloads of straw coming into the mill on a daily basis or into the straw storage yard, wherever that may be. And then there'll be some trucks of finished product also leaving the mill. So there's definitely an expansion in the typical rail volumes you see and in the truck volumes. That is, in very short term, a brief description of what we're planning to do, hoping to do, dreaming of doing. Wayne, is there anything else you wanted to add to those thoughts? This is the fellow that has to figure out how to use barley straw and canola straw. So if he has a worried look on his face, you'll know what that's all about.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of those here who don't know me, my name is Wayne Wasilsu. I used to work at a place called Alberta Research Council. Now it's called Innotech up in Edmonton, and my job was to work on researching, building better ways of making boards, OSB, MDF, particle board, all those types of things, engineered lumber. I was the straw man. I'm an agricultural engineer by background and training. I'm a farmer in the Two Hills area, not the Three Hills area. You'd be surprised how many people think Two Hills and Three Hills are so close together when I try to explain.
Only a hill apart.
So I've been a farmer all my life, and what really excites me the most is when I was younger, working with flax straw, and finding that, you know what, we just have a resource here that people were burning, and they just didn't have a way of dealing properly with the product. And And led me to where I am today in working with materials, agricultural materials in making durable products. Wheat straw is by far the best product to make, or best raw material to make MDF out of agricultural fibers. Barley straw is a close second. I don't tell them that, but surprisingly, that was the thing, is most people had used wheat straw because 20 years ago when we started looking at this type of product, everybody had wheat straw. Nobody wanted to sell barley straw. Even in my area, most of the farmers keep their barley straw for cattle. They don't sell a lot of it out for that purpose. But we're finding as we engage farmers down in this area, they have a lot of barley straw that they don't particularly want to hold on to. So that was part of the question, is can we use barley straw? So that's partly what we're going to be doing, is making sure that the product we make is going to behave exactly the way it should with wheat straw with a mixture. And of course, canola is one thing we're also looking at farther down the road. But right now, the priority is to work with wheat straw and then introduce other raw materials into our product mix and create the Great Plains MDF product. And that's one thing that's got to be considered here. We're building a product here that we're shipping out to our customers around the world. And how we build that product is very, very important to us because it's part of our brand and our name and what we want to bring out to the world. But definitely, we're starting with wheat straw, and we hope to incorporate other materials as we go along.
Jerry, how about you?
My history with this particular project goes back to the mid-90s. I was working as a senior advisor on the Economic Development Board for the province of Manitoba. And for 3 years, I spent raising money for the Isoboard project that you may have heard of. So I was thrilled when Brian asked me to come on board, because they made particle board, and as you may know, that plant closed after about 8 years of operation. I had moved to Alberta long after I was involved with it, but I've looked at this and I've been very, very pleased with what this group are putting together, and I was pleased to become part of it. I looked at all the financing back then, and we have people that are looking at the financing with us now. It's an exciting project for me, and as I've told Brian and Wayne many times, I want to prove that we were right the first time. The project this time is making a better quality product, a much better product. It's an economic development opportunity that is wonderful. I think when he mentioned the 5 plants that we're looking at across the prairies over the next decade or so would be something that would be really beneficial to the farmers in particular. And that's one of the things I was going to ask, because of the COVID, to try and communicate with farmers. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to tell our story and make sure our story is told clearly to them, and that they will be a biggest part of the operation for us, as the fiber that we need will come from their farms. I also wanted to make sure that when constituents come to you with questions and whatnot, I'm going to give each of you my card. And if there are questions that come up that we haven't addressed today, that we can research that for you or get that information to you and communicate with you on it. We want to be part of your community. We want to be a good corporate citizen, and as a result of that, that's why we're pleased that your staff were able to get the meeting with you today. I also would like to comment, Mr. Chairman, that your staff have been great working with us. They've been great support, and we have to acknowledge that in front of you. Thanks.
Well, thank you for that. So we know our staff is great, but we acknowledge how easy they are to work with. Is there any questions from council? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I guess one of my questions, in the process where you're handling the straw, are you using the head, any foreign material, and I'm going to go back to weed seeds, that kind of stuff, does that go in the process or is that taken out before it's used? And if so, where does it go?
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't quite get that.
Any foreign material in the straw, so you're just using the fiber of the straw, or are you using the heads and everything that comes in that bale?
Everything that comes into that bale gets utilized one way or another. Either it makes it into a board or it goes into the energy system to power the plant.
So I guess that somewhat answers my concern. I'm worried about the size of the project is bringing in material from all over, not just our county, but counties around us, with a lot of weed seeds and that kind of stuff that concerns me on that transportation back into our area, how it's dealt with.
The objective is, hopefully, we don't get much wheat delivered to the mill, because the wheat is worth, hopefully, some good money, and that money belongs in the farmers' pockets. So hopefully we get as little as possible, but there will be some. It's certainly it's the straw fiber we want. That's what we need.
But the fine material is just gonna go in the system anyways, or it goes off into incineration or whatever to.
Right.
Yeah, there's no landfilling or anything that goes on in the process. It's all, whatever comes onto site, stays on site. It doesn't get shipped out anywhere.
Councillor Penner.
Wayne, you didn't touch on flax straw at all, that don't even go there for this process?
Yeah, that will take a little bit more development work to be involved. I mean, right now, the product we're making is strictly wheat straw, but hey, I'm a researcher, that's part of my job, and if we can look at it and find an element or way of going into it, even something like hemp. I know people are talking about hemp and flax. I know all about those materials, but right now they're a little bit harder to incorporate into our product than cereal straw.
I should also mention, not something we like to talk about, but in your travels, you may hear the name Alberta Bio Board. Early last year, or first quarter of last year, we signed up a consultant to raise financing for the mill. After 7 months and no financing, we parted ways. And we retained another consulting firm out of Calgary that has done an outstanding job on our financial requirements. When we terminated the contract with an individual by the name of George Clark, he then announced he was planning on building his own MDF plant in Stettler. Surprisingly, it was almost identical in size to our plant. And since then, he has been promoting the plant and I believe raising funds for it. We are not associated with the Alberta Bio Board or with George Clark. If he is serious, we wish him all the best. More jobs in Alberta, the better. But we have no relationship with that company or with that individual. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our presentation.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McGee, you had a question earlier.
Yes, I do. You spoke about how much water you need to use and that it doesn't necessarily need to be potable, if I understand correct. What kind of ways are you willing to have that in? Are you looking only for piped in, or would you be willing to see hauled in?
You want to talk about that?
Well, 1,300 cubes of water a day that's a lot to haul. We're talking about nearly 300,000 gallons of water. So I don't know how we're going to have lots of trucks in the facility as is. So I would imagine that we would have to pump water in is where we would have to go with that.
Yeah, some of our team members have suggested this is not really an MDF plant, it's a logistical nightmare. And there may be some truth in that, but with the number of trucks coming in daily carrying in straw and trucks leaving carrying finished board, I think we would like to avoid having even more trucks delivering to the site. And as Wayne says, with the volume of water required, it likely is going to have to be piped in, simply because it is it is a large volume.
We are in very positive.
Good to know. Thank you.
We are in very positive negotiations right now with the town of Three Hills on how we could work together to make sure there's adequate water for both our mill and for the town. And the association there has been very positive so far. I've been working on that with the people, and I have met with the council staff.
Councillor Keg.
So I assume that in your conversation, you must be talking about an increase in that water pipeline size because both the town of Trochu and Kneehill County both draw water off of that pipeline. And so I'm just curious as to the sizing of that pipeline and whether there's going to have to be an upgrade there.
The last information that we have, it all has to be engineered, of course, to make sure that everybody gets at it. Everybody's got to win. That's the whole point of our approaching the town. It looks at the moment that the pipeline coming from the river to the lagoon or to the reservoir in Three Hills is adequate. The line from the town up to our mill, if we ultimately go that route, may have to be enlarged, and we'd be looking at that. We have indicated to the town that we will look at all aspects that require to make sure that everybody is satisfied. So if we have to enlarge the pipe, let's say if we use the line approach that's going to Trochu now, we would have to modify that pipe in some way, I'm sure, to satisfy the mill, and it might also have to be enlarged to satisfy Trochu. We've also, these are all ideas that we're just bouncing off. Nothing is etched in stone, but we have said that we will look at additional pumping, additional filtering, additional piping, and looking at the route. Our preference, just so as you know what it is, we didn't want to have to come across fields with another line. And that from our perspective, we felt it would be better if we could work certainly with the town, and I think they believe the same thing. So I'm sure we'll come up with a satisfactory solution before it's all done.
Councillor Penner.
On your website, you would put out a survey just to get, what was the feedback, and was it just from the local area or was it a wider spread area? Can you summarize the feedback from your survey, please?
Great question. We originally didn't want to do it this way. I think you find with most farmers, you like to meet them, look them in the eye, and talk about what you're doing and listen to what they're doing. COVID put pretty serious restriction on those meetings. So the only way we could think of to have some dialogue with farmers was through this survey, because we need to purchase a lot of straw on an annual basis. The survey initially didn't generate that much response. And then when we looked at how it was distributed and how we had announced it, we thought, gee, we could have done a better job of getting this fact out to farmers so that at least they're aware that we want to talk to them. So the second and third iterations of the survey generated a lot more response. We need, on an annual basis, somewhere in the neighborhood of 800,000 tons of wheat straw a year. That's a lot of straw. And this process really won't be complete until we can get past, hopefully, COVID as soon as possible and sit down and meet with farmers and talk to them about what we're about, what their returns would be for selling us wheat straw, and or the possibility of selling us other straws. So the response overall has been good, considering the method that we had to use, which was far from ideal. But we have more work to do. I think there was, with some folks, I think there was some confusion about what we were trying to buy. There was certainly confusion about the prices we were paying. We tried to develop a price schedule that reflected, to to a large extent, the distance the farmer was faced with in getting the wheat straw from his or her farm to our mill. And so we created a series of circles radiating out from the mill location and pegged prices to represent that cost of transportation. So someone that was 100 kilometers away from the mill was receiving a higher price than someone who was 50 kilometers away, simply because he or she was faced with more transportation costs to get it there. We still have work to do in that. We still need to get to a point where we can sit down with the farmers, explain this in more detail, answer their questions, and then sign them up on a contract if they're willing to go ahead. But the overall process, so far, I would say we've received more responses than we anticipated, and certainly the general responses have been more positive than we expected. But we still have a lot of work to do there yet.
I guess I have a quick question, and it's probably none of my business, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Your markets, who are your target markets?
Wow.
Anybody that'll buy it, I guess.
Sorry?
Anyone that will buy it, I guess.
Well, yeah, probably. Our markets, geographically, we estimate that about 20% of this board will be sold in Canada. Roughly 50% of the board will be sold in the United States, and 30% of the board will be sold in Japan, China, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, both Western Europe and Eastern Europe. While we say that today, we're 2 or 3 years away from actually shipping finished board, and 3 years from now, things will have changed. What is becoming obvious is that the conclusion we reached 6 years ago, that there wasn't enough wood, the rest of the world has kind of figured that out. And we've been told by many, many partners and potential competitors that the world MDF industry is paying tremendous attention to Great Plains on the basis of everyone's in the same boat. There's not enough wood fiber. Now here's someone planning on using something else, which is available, wheat straw. And so they have a tremendous focus on when this mill goes ahead and how successful it is. We have been telling the Alberta government there is a golden opportunity here, because when Great Plains gets built and is successful, you're going to have the rest of the world's MDF industry showing up on Alberta's doorsteps on how did you do it? How did you get the straw? How did you process it? How did you refine it? How did you digest it? How did you press it? There is a golden opportunity for Alberta to become the knowledge capital for the processing of agricultural fibers to make panel boards. And with that comes just a host of business opportunities for supplying equipment to these mills, supplying operators to these mills, supplying technical guidance to these mills, and on the list goes. So we're pretty excited about the potential this has for Alberta. First, we got to build a mill and make sure it runs and produces board, but we're pretty confident. We've assembled a team of literally some of the most outstanding MDF experts in the world, and the more our project becomes visible, the more interest we're receiving from a lot of very clever operators and very clever companies who see Great Plains as the evolution of the MDF industry from wood to agricultural fiber.
2 meetings ago, we have 2 gentlemen on our team that are Americans and have extensive experience in marketing in Asia and other countries of the world. At 2 meetings ago, I was informed by one of our colleagues that Indonesia and the Philippines were big manufacturers of board products. They took their forests and they took them out of contention at all. They're out of supply and basically out of the market. And both of them saying that it's going to take them decades to replace that growth. There was no planning. It was all a cash operation, harvest the trees and get on with the business. So I'm feeling comfortable that what Brian was just telling us, the markets are there. Both of them at the last meeting, 2 meetings ago, said, we're really short of MDF worldwide and it's going to get worse. And the pricing of everything, if you've looked in the lumber business in the last year, is more than doubled. I have a brother in the lumber business in Manitoba, and he told me that a 4x8 sheet of simple poplar board he used to sell for $8. He now has to sell for $35. He had a half-inch sheet of plywood that he sold at a reasonable price. He now has to get $50. He's 74 years old, and he said in all the years that he's been in business, he's never had to apologize to his customers for his price. But he's apologizing now, and he says, I have no choice. So we just feel that the timing, I think Wayne uses that word a lot when we're talking together, our timing is just about perfect. Let's proceed.
As a follow-up to your question, there's one interesting thing about MDF that makes markets and customers a little hard to understand is residential homes or apartments are full of MDF. But if you walk through that house or that apartment looking for MDF, it'd be really tough to find it. Because MDF it's a decorative material, but it's the base for decorative materials. It's made into moldings, it's made into kitchen cabinets, it's made into furniture, it's made into flooring. It goes on and on and on. But all of those items are ultimately finished. Kitchen cabinet's got a vinyl or a film on it, or perhaps paint. Laminate flooring has a veneer or an artificial veneer. Moldings are pre-stained and pre-painted, and on and on. So while there's a tremendous amount of MDF goes into a house, you very seldom ever see the raw MDF itself. It's always covered or laminated or painted or wrapped with something else. The big consumers of MDF in terms of industries are household furniture, kitchen cabinetry, office furniture, flooring, and the molding and millwork industry, which only adopted MDF in the mid-1990s and is now consuming just staggering volumes of MDF because lumber, to make moldings with, to make wood moldings, you need a pretty high grade of lumber, and high grade of lumber usually comes from bigger, older, old growth trees, and those trees don't exist anymore. So making moldings out of natural wood is becoming more and more difficult, and MDF lends itself beautifully to that application.
If I can touch on a little bit of that, what you just said, that's one thing that you're going to see in the future is I can remember they say, well, they don't make plywood now like they used to make plywood 20 or 30 years ago. And that's the case. It's the supply of the raw material is definitely going away. And so the future of what goes on in this world that we live in is all composites. It's all going to be, and that's why OSB is taken over from plywood, is because now we can use like trees that normally wouldn't be used in that application are being used to make OSB. So that we've evolved from what plywood used to be into what plywood is now. And similarly, you're seeing the same trends that are happening with the MDF industry, is that Now we are starting to see that we no longer can use the same raw materials of the past in the future. How we make boards in the future is not going to be based on how they were made in the past. And you're starting to see that now with what our project is and the evolution of composites and how we will deal with making products in the future out of board products.
Councillor Keiver.
Would your purchasing price of straw in any way, shape, or form be based on the cost of the nutrients that we're losing from putting that back on the land? You know, I mean, I take a ton of straw off, I gotta buy a certain amount of fertilizer at X number of dollars to replace that. Is your pricing going to be reflective on that cost of fertilizer? Or is it going to be just on what you can offer the farmer?
It's, I'll let Wayne probably answer that in more detail. I'm not a farmer. My grandfathers, both of them were, and my 3 uncles were all farmers. What surprised me when this question first came up was the range of numbers that farmers had in terms of what is straw worth as a fertilizer on your farm. And we saw numbers as low as $3 an acre. We saw numbers as high as $80 an acre. And we saw everything in between. And so depending upon what the farmer believes that straw is worth as a fertilizer, makes the decision whether or not to sell a straw become pretty easy. If he really thinks that straw provides $80 an acre in fertilizer value, then he likely won't be selling us his straw because we don't pay that much. If he values it being worth $3 or $4 an acre, then he's likely to be selling us his straw because we pay a lot more than that. So the price that we've come up with initially, and this is all subject to change over time as we learn more, but the price was based on, okay, on average, what do we think we have to offer a farmer so that it's more attractive to sell a straw than it is to leave it on the land as fertilizer? Let's add to that what additional costs he may have, because the straw has to be baled and tarped and all those good things. Let's add to that the freight costs that he encounters, either whether he delivers it himself or he gets someone else to deliver it or we pick it up. So we took all those components together and came up with an average price based upon the distance the farmer was from the mill. So I bet you if you took a group of 10 farmers and said, does this price compensate you for the value of the fertilizer, of the value of the straw? You'd get everywhere from absolutely to no way in hell and everything in between as an answer. I was really quite surprised there was such a range of numbers that were assumed for the fertilizer value. I would have thought by now one of the universities or colleges or something would have figured this all out, but there's a lot of confusion. Wayne.
Yeah. The nutrient value of straw is a pretty complicated and complex issue. Because, like Brian has alluded, every piece of land is not exactly the same. I can't tell you exactly how much fertilizer value you're getting out of your land. You're the one that has to decide that. If you think that we're not offering enough money for the straw, for instance, my farm, we've been farming for 100 years. I've been taking straw off my property for 100 years to feed cattle, to do these things. I don't put manure back on my land. I've never had a fertility issue. I put on as much fertilizer as I've always thought I've needed to do to grow my next year's crop. And I've never looked at it from the point of view that that I have to leave that straw back on the soil. That's my particular area and where I farm. My neighbor has a different management system on their farm. So I think that every farm has to look at it from their point of view and see what they expect. One thing that we want to make perfectly clear is we're not asking farmers to sell us every piece of straw that they have. We're only asking them to sell us what they think they can sell us and what they can afford to use. So at the end of the day, we can only come across what we think is a fair price for the straw, and for everybody else has to come back to us and say, well, it's either fair or not fair. It's up for them to decide. Because like you say, the nutrient value, what you calculate as the nutrient value only makes sense if your land behaves that way. Nitrogen. Nitrogen is, there's there's volatilization, there's all these different aspects of nitrogen. You can sit there and say, well, I'm getting so much nitrogen, I'm getting so much potassium, I'm getting so much phosphate out of that straw. It all depends on the soil that you're in and the biological activity, the crops you're growing, the rotation that you're putting in. Those things all have an effect on it. So if I'm going to sit there and say, well, no, if I go to the market today and I say nitrogen is worth this much per ton and potassium is worth this much per ton and phosphate's worth this much per ton and that's what I should get for my straw, well, I mean, I think we're giving a fair price, but it's up for the farmer to decide, whether the price is fair or not.
Based on the response we've received to our survey, I would say there's no science behind this comment, but I would say likely most farmers agree that what we're offering them is more than sufficient compensation for the fertilizer value they're losing, but certainly not all of them agree.
Are there any other questions from council? I guess this one's a little technical, and as you've stated, MDF is used extensively in the construction business. That being stated, MDF does not stand up very well to moisture. Will your product be any different than what the MDF board that's coming out now?
Great question. One of the key differences between a wood-based MDF and a wheat straw-based MDF is the resin you use to glue all the stuff together. In a wood-based plant, the resin of choice has always been urea formaldehyde. And it's got a lot of reasons why it's used. It's very cheap to purchase, and it's very forgiving. You can have your whole process badly out of control, and yet the UF resin still works. There's two downsides to urea formaldehyde, unfortunately. One is that it emits formaldehyde. And since MDF is used inside a building, it means it's emitting formaldehyde inside the building. Formaldehyde is currently classified as a known human carcinogen. Now, those emissions of formaldehyde drop down dramatically over time, but they start high and work themselves low. That's the first negative with urea formaldehyde. And the second thing is that it's not very tolerant of moisture, as you mentioned. The resin that we're going to be using at Great Plains is, let's see if I get this right, polymeric methylene diphenyl disocyanate.
Oh, what a memory. You want me to say it for you?
Can you say that in English?
You could have made that up and we wouldn't know the difference.
PMDI for short. PMDI is far more expensive than urea formaldehyde, but it's got a couple of key attractions. First of all, it doesn't emit anything. When the resin is cured in our press and the board is bonded together, the resin becomes totally inert. It cannot be reactivated, and it doesn't emit anything. So that's the first attraction. The second attraction is that it provides a much higher degree resistance to moisture. If you get into tests like, for example, thickness swell, which is key for, say, people in the flooring industry, you don't want your MDF on the floor all of a sudden swelling every time someone dumps water on the floor. PMDI is very resistant to absorbing moisture. So for those couple of reasons and a few other less important ones, PMDI as a resin provides a lot of key benefits to the final user. The negative has always been with PMDI is that it's more expensive to use, and wood-based, or the wood products industry has always operated on a very heavy focus on costs. And so whatever's the cheapest is usually the best. In our case, urea formaldehyde would not work very well, but more importantly, it wouldn't give the benefits to our customers that we want to give to them. So it's still, even a sheet of Great Plains MDF, you're far better not to get it wet. You're far better not to use it to line your swimming pool. It still doesn't like moisture, but it doesn't lose any internal strength or bond or binding straight or physical properties if exposed to moisture.
I can add this story. It's 28 years old, but Wayne made the board that we shipped down to VT Industries in Holstein, Iowa. They were the biggest manufacturers of countertops in the USA. And we shipped them some product from here, and they made countertops, and we went down and visited with them. And that was one of the reasons why the plant in Manitoba got built, because two of the biggest users of particle board at that time, who was Solder Furniture, the ready-to-assemble furniture company in the US, and Archibald, Ohio. Both of them tested it for fire resistance and water resistance and said it was better than the product they were using at that time. So that's just from memory. That was one of the reasons that I felt that we had a good product, even though it wasn't MDF at that time.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. In my former life, I was kind of a carpenter, I guess, and I was always partial to solid stock wood for the reasons that I've kind of mentioned, but I don't know, maybe solid stock straw isn't so bad either. So let's see where that goes. Are there any other questions from council to the presenters? Looks like you've covered it all, gentlemen, and thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Do appreciate the knowledge that we've gained. Good luck with your proposal. And look forward to seeing you again. So thanks, Jerry, Brian, and Wayne. Very good seeing you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for-
Jerry is going to be the point of contact, so if you're talking to constituents or
If you
fellow
get
staff
questions,
and you have questions,
I'll leave you all a card with my phone number.
he's the man with all the answers.
So-
Okay, so it sounds like Jerry drew the short straw.
Yeah. He's
I'm
just
not
smarter
saying
than us.
I'm not saying I'm gonna have the answer when you call, but with these gentlemen, I'll find it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna turn this off.
Have a safe trip home. I hear it's cold outside.
No mosquitoes.
No mosquito, that's what I heard this morning too.
My car thermometer said -30 all the way up there.
Well,
It's getting warmer.
okay. We will get back to our agenda. Our next item is 7.1, Master Rates Bylaw 1831. And Mr. Hogan, you're presenting?
I am going to practice the fine art of delegation and turn this over to Carolyn.
Well, I should have told her sooner. Okay, Carolyn, anytime you're ready.
That was a surprise. Good afternoon, Council. Today we're bringing you Bylaw 1831 for second reading. You all passed first and second reading at the January 26th meeting. And at that time, you wanted to change the dust control at full cost recovery. And in the meantime, administration asked that you also, we placed in there the replacement of a rural sign at, I think it was $100, because the ratepayer was going to do the work and put the sign in themselves. And I've also put the changes that you made previously in today's council meeting into the bylaw. So I'll bring the new bylaw up with all the changes in it. So dust control, we took out the scheduled time for rebate to make it full cost recovery. And then with the parks, we added the pay parking fees for $2 per vehicle, and we removed the unserviced camping fees to the other campgrounds other than Keiver's Lake back to 20, or we kept it as 20, and we added $35 for service sites at Keiver's Lake, because that's the only place that we have service sites. Is there any questions, or?
Guess I have one question. Is that on your screen? Because it's not on mine.
Sorry. Again. There you go. So again, Horseshoe. Yeah. Horseshoe
Okay,
Canyon.
there we go. Now it's here.
Is added with the $2 per vehicle and the
No, I believed you the
service
first time,
sites.
just didn't see it. All right, what are council's wishes? Or any questions? So I would take it would be the responsibility, like dealing strictly with this replacement rural signs master rates, it would be up to the individual to make sure that there's nothing underneath where the sign is being posted.
True, yes.
Okay. Want to table it till next month? I'll let the council give the opportunity to go through. There are quite a few numbers there. Councillor King.
I'm not sure how serious a question this is, but since Barb's in the room, I just was wondering how soon she'd be coming back with a new slate of fees. How soon you'd be coming back with a new slate of fees.
That's what you said last time.
It's more tongue-in-cheek than anything, Barb. It's our own fault, right? So if there's not a lot of questions, I'd certainly make the motion that we provide third reading to bylaw 1831. That being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, and services based on the amended information provided today.
Okay, I will wait for that to come up on screen. Okay. So we have had a motion. Councillor King moved that council provide third reading to bylaw 1831. That being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, services, with amendments from today's meeting. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hugo, are you online?
I just got online again. Frozen to death, but I'm online.
Okay. How would you vote on this last motion?
Aye.
Okay, it is carried unanimously. Alrighty, our next agenda item will be new business 8.1. And Mr. Hogan, are you going to delegate or are you going to take this one?
This one I will in fact take myself. So
Anytime you're ready.
So the item that, through you, Mr. Reeve, the item that's before you in council today is regarding a proposed terms of reference for the Doctor Retention and Recruitment Committee. As council is aware, this committee is a subcommittee of the Kneehill Regional Partnership. It was a subcommittee of the partnership in its former incarnation. And in the terms of reference for the new partnership, it outlines in there that all subcommittees are still subcommittees of the new incarnation of the Kneehill Regional Partnership. This being a subcommittee, that means that it is under the domain of the Kneehill Regional Partnership. The item comes before us for a couple of reasons. Recently, at one of their meetings, Town Council passed their support for these terms of reference and to put them, to have them be sent forward. So if, depending on how council wants to have the discussion, there could be a discussion about the items within the terms of reference themselves and what council's thoughts or philosophies or opinions are on that. The other approach, and the two are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but the other approach is that council can, as you're aware, you have forwarded this as an item for the Kneehill Regional Partnership to review already. So it has been elevated to that domain at our request. The priority upon which that happens will of course be up to the Kneehill Regional Partnership as per those terms of reference. So you can choose to enter into more of a discussion on this today, or essentially accept it for information with the knowledge that you've elevated it to the Kneehill Regional Partnership agenda. One of the topics that I believe that you may affect this is there is a meeting of the Doctor Retention and Recruitment Committee tomorrow. So there might be some opportunity to provide some guidance to your liaison to that group as to council's thoughts regarding the terms of reference. If, you know, and that committee is going to have to grapple with, how big of a discussion are they going to enter into regarding the proposed terms of reference at that meeting, or knowing that it's within the domain of the Kneehill Regional Partnership, is that where the discussion should occur? So with that, I'll turn it back to council for for any questions or discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Councillor King.
Perhaps just to add a little bit further context, this kind of was brought to council at my request. You've seen the new terms of reference that are being brought forward by the chair of the Dr. R&R committee, and with some blessing of his council from the town of Three Hills. However, my understanding of the new partnership protocol was that any of the subcommittees and any of the groups that work within that protocol would be, that would be reviewed at the partnership level, not at the committee level. So I really felt that it's inappropriate that the doctors committee push from the bottom up new terms of reference, especially when we're just in the process of establishing this new protocol. And so I really wanted direction from council as to where you wanted me to go tomorrow night. And I would be very happy just to hear that you reaffirm the desire to have this come through the partnership and work its way down to the committee level, as opposed to come from the committee and push its way up to the top. So that's just a little bit more context, and I'm certainly looking for council's direction.
Well, I would certainly tend to agree with your summation, Councillor King. I think that the partnership is the group that sets the terms of reference for the subcommittees. But is there any discussion from council? What's your thoughts? Deputy Reeve McGee, as you sit on the partnership group, do you have any comments? Or chair it, actually.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I agree with Councillor King and yourself wholeheartedly. I think I know that it's hard to be patient while we go through this process, and that's probably what's got this in front of us. But I really believe that we've worked hard for a good process that all municipalities are happy with, and we need to give it a chance to do its job. And it's undermining that entire several months' work if we don't.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. Is there any other comments from council? What are council's wishes? Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve McGee.
What I just said, and I really believe that we have to stand for the process. That I would like to move that council reaffirm its position that a redraft of the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Task Force terms of reference be conducted by the Kneehill Regional Partnership through the partnership process.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion as presented on the screen in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I don't see any. So I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item, 8.2, letter of support. And Mr. Hogan.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, this item is a request we've received from Xplornet. They are looking to access a universal broadband fund and are asking Kneehill County to provide a letter of support. So as part of the project that they are looking to conduct within the county, they are looking to enhance some of the internet capability in various areas. From the email that we received from them, with respect to Kneehill County, we are looking at the addition of significant backbone fiber to connect our tower in Linden, running up 805 to potentially pick up Torrington, Wimborne, and Sunnyslope for fiber to the home, where the business case supports. There will also be significant 5G upgrades to all of our towers servicing the county. There is absolutely no monetary ask of Kneehill County. Should our application be approved, it will mean upward of $200 million in network investment, and that 96% of Albertans will have access to a minimum of 5010 service, and in most cases 110 service or 1 gig if a fiber to the home connection in the next 3 years. So that is the background information provided from Xplornet, and the topic before you is whether council wishes to provide a letter of support to the company in accessing the Universal Broadband Fund or not. As council is aware, under the letters of support policy, because this is a third-party business, this comes back to you for a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan from council? So we can't make this contingent on me getting better internet, I guess.
No, it's going north.
It's going north, oh darn.
Peniscope.
Okay. I get it. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think anything that can improve people getting what they need up for service is awesome when it comes to internet. And so I'd like to direct administration to provide a letter of support for Xplornet regarding their application to the Universal Broadcast Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as on screen in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor King.
And I guess I'd like to throw into the conversation or comment that I have a hard time believing that they can run hardwire internet to residences within Kneehill County when they can't run telephone to residences in Kneehill County and make the business case work. So I have a little bit of trouble with their request where they say they potentially will pick up Torrington, Wimborne, and Sunny Slope where the business case supports it. Currently, service providers within this area, particularly I'm referring to phone, hardline phone, they can't even make it work. So I am concerned about the direction. I have no concern about us supporting better internet within Kneehill County, but I'm not sure that we might realize as much as they say we will based on what they're proposing here.
Well, we all have a dream. Is there any other discussion prior to the question? Okay, I don't see any, so we will vote on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is carried. And I do share your concerns, Councillor King. 8.3, cancellation of the committee of the whole meeting for next week. Mr. Hogan.
And again, I'm going to pass this over to Carolyn.
Well, you've been delegated.
I've been delegated. Again, hello, council. I bring to you today a request for administration to, for you to cancel the February 16th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting. At the 2020 organizational meeting, council approved Tuesday, February 16th, 2021 as a Committee of the Whole meeting date. As there are no agenda topics for this meeting scheduled, administration recommends that this meeting date be canceled. Your options are to cancel this meeting or just to receive this RFD for information.
Thank you. Are there any questions? What are council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to cancel the committee of the whole meeting for February the 16th, 2021.
Okay, motion's been made to cancel the committee of the whole meeting for next week, February the 16th. Is there any discussion to that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm not sure. Yes, okay, that is unanimous. This was an addition to our agenda, 8.5 RMA. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Under this item that's before you, this was a contact was made with the county from Reeve Amber Link of Wheatland County, who is a District 2 Zone Director or, for the rural municipalities of Alberta, or RMA. Her question to the member councils is wanting to know what they consider to be the top 3 to 5 issues facing the county. And so she's posing this question to all of the members, and I believe with the intent of taking this information back and using it to help guide the lobby efforts or the resource allocations of the RMA to try and help its membership move those issues forward. So in asking for the top 3 to 5, administration has put some suggestions forward. As always, council is not in any way bound to these. If you feel that the top issues are different, then that's, please change them. What we'll do with the responses from council is we'll submit a reply back to Reeve Link, and she can take that information and do with it what she will in terms of helping guide the RMA's processes and programs. Likewise, council's free not to respond as well. Our recommendation from administration is to respond with several of the top issues because, as we know, the rural municipalities of Alberta is probably the main tool for lobbying the provincial government in terms of processes and things that are going on. And so if we want those to be effective, the ability to guide that is necessary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. There are five topics that are presented here. I'm assuming they're not in any specific order. We would like them all dealt with. But yes, go ahead, Councillor, or sorry, Mr. Hogan.
Yep. You're delegating to me now.
Yeah, I know. It's getting to be a long day.
The items that we've put in front as a suggestion, I don't think that I need to explain rural crime. That's been an issue not just here, but all over the province. The second one that we're suggesting is a non-payment of oil and gas industry taxes. Our corporate services department has done very well on that front in terms of following up with oil companies, working with them, trying to get them into payment agreements, which council is aware of as you've approved them. We recognize as well, though, that that's not the ideal. The ideal would be that they, like any other taxpayer, pays their taxes on time. So that's still an issue for us. It's a larger issue for many other municipalities who have not been able to necessarily take the steps that we have. So that is number 2, and again, these are not in any particular order. 3, a lack of enforcement mechanism to ensure payment of oil and gas taxes. This one has been a push administratively and politically throughout the province. As council is aware, if any other entity, essentially any other entity, doesn't pay their taxes, that there's a mechanism to enforce that. So if a resident chose not to pay their taxes and it would have to go on for a period of time, but at the end of that process, the county would take possession of the lands in question, would auction them off, and collect the taxes that way. We don't have that ability with oil and gas facilities. So we have no enforcement mechanism to ensure that. So essentially, if a company came forward and said, look, I'm not paying my taxes this year, we lack a mechanism as a municipality to go after them. So that is, it's an inequity between them and every other ratepayer that we have. And that, again, that's not specific to Kneehill County, that is province-wide. The fourth one, continuing this trend, is continued downloading of provincial costs to municipalities. Council's aware from going through budget processes for the last few years, the downloading that continues to occur. One of the big ones that we're facing right now is the cost of policing. So as council's aware, the province started a process of downloading RCMP costs onto municipalities. So even though most of the statutes and laws and regulations that they're enforcing are federal or provincial in nature, municipalities are still having to contribute to this. We're not seeing, and it's not the fault of the RCMP. They're limited by their resources, but we're not able to. We haven't seen a service level increase from that, but we're now paying additional costs. And this council is aware that started in the realm of $140,000, and within 2 years, the yearly bill to the county will be just shy of $500,000 for that payment. And that's one example of there. The fifth one that we put on is lack of consultation from the province regarding changes to municipalities. And I think this one council has familiarity with as well, is that we're seeing the province make changes. We're seeing them make alterations that impact municipalities with consultation periods that are either not happening or not robust or timely. And so the ability to, we're being hampered in our ability to work with the province or suggest alterations or changes that might be more beneficial for our residents. And that's, again, part of the push and the movement on behalf of the province to push these programs forward. So again, those are some suggestions. If council feels differently, then by all means put them forward.
Councillor Christie.
I agree with all 5, but for me, my priority is exactly backwards the way they're listed. I mean, I agree with all of them, but I feel that my priority starts at the bottom and works to the top, but I agree with all of them.
So you're looking rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's what I would choose.
Councillor King.
I think that we could put all 5 of them forward really without any weighting, and in terms of priority, I think they're all important issues. I certainly wouldn't have put rural crime first as if it was in order of priority, but if we said that they're all priorities to us without really any one being greater than the other, then I'd be okay with that.
So 1A, B, C, D, E. No number. Okay, any other thoughts? Oh, Deputy Reeve McGee.
For me, I kind of disagree with Ken a bit. I like all 5 points. I do think, though, that for me, the lack of consultation is at most the most important thing to realize, in my opinion. And the rest of those things come under that in some degree. But the relationship the province has chosen with municipalities is very flawed at this point. And I think that has to be a priority for any of the other things to work well. My other concern is totally political. If we are saying real crime's a big issue, are we now then saying, yeah, we want an Alberta police force? And do we really want to get into that political discussion by a recommendation? Because that's not, not the intention at all, but it could be used as a political stage.
So what I'm hearing is that these are all critical to us. And if we remove the numbering part of it, we would be good with this. Maybe someplace state that they're all important. And I think that's the way the recommendation or the recommended motion reads, if I'm not mistaken. Councillor Penner.
It does read like that, but I think when someone first glances at something, they take it in order of what it's written down. So if we could reverse it, or I would feel better.
Okay. Any other discussion from council? Okay, so is anyone prepared to make a motion? Councillor Keiver.
I so move that we respond to the RMA request, and that for the items that are listed there, and we have no priority preferences on how they're looked at.
Okay, so is that the way you would like your motion to read? I will read out for the two that are not able to. Councillor Keiver moved that council respond to RMA outlining the top issues in no priority facing Kneehill County as lack of consultation from province regarding changes to municipalities, continued downloading of provincial costs to municipalities, a lack of enforcement mechanism to ensure payment of oil and gas taxes, non-payment of oil and gas industry taxes, and rural crime. All those are just bullet points. They're in no priority. I just added the last one, the last part. That's not part of the motion. Any discussion to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item, 9.1, disposition of delegate and public hearing business. Mr. Hogan, or delegate, I'm not even going to push it this time.
No, the only item before you that remains is what you've heard from the Great Plains MDF presentation. And our recommendation on that is simply that you accept it for information as presented.
What's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I'd make that motion that we accept the Great Plains presentation for information.
Okay, we have a motion before us to receive as information. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, council and committee reports. Councillor Christie, you have verbal on community futures.
Community Futures met last Thursday evening. The second round of the triple RF is going to close the end of March. There's still some funding left there. They will not accept applications after the 20th of March because it closes the 31st of March. Round 3 is open for $20,000 to top that up, but you only qualify for the $20,000 if you've used the $40,000 in the first round, similar to CVIP. And there's $640,000 available there, so 32 loans would be available, but I believe the deadline is the same. But they're hoping if there's any applications, they want them before the 20th of March. In the summary that's on the screen, they've saved 171 jobs. Round 2 was more accepted, or a little bit higher out loans, what do you call it, sent out at 918,000. There's still some money there that, I think there was 5 applications still in the process, but the second round was a free-for-all for whoever got their paperwork done. So they indicated there was still some funds left, but the deadline's coming.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christie. I apologize for saying it was a verbal because you brought a PowerPoint.
Well, and I apologize for not having it in the package, but I didn't get it till Thursday night, so.
Apology accepted. Are there any questions from council? anyone like to make a motion to accept for information? Oh, Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McGee.
Hi, I'm not able to see the PowerPoint. If I could have that sent to me, that would be helpful. And then I'd like to make a motion to accept the reports as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to accept for information. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Council follow-up action list. Been pre-circulated, give you time to go through it. Councillor King.
I guess I have a couple questions, or maybe more than that, related to a number of the items. So have we begun the public interaction with regard to Three Hills East water? It says in the first quarter, so I'm just assessing where we are in that process.
So that department has put together a first draft of that engagement, and that's sitting with me right now.
Right, if I could follow up on another item. It says in here we're waiting for final agreement from the lawyers regarding the Valley View gravel and the Hutterite colony. Is that holding us up, or is that ongoing?
Okay, so Brad has told me that has just come back to us. So I do have a stack that has just freshly hit my inbox, and I've been informed that that's part of it.
So if you'd been in your office today, it'd probably be completed. All right, another issue, where are we on the policies regarding council remuneration?
To that, Carolyn has completed a first draft of that, and so that is in progress too, and we're anticipating that should be back shortly.
All right, and one last question, and it's really not on this list, but as far as budget and budget process, how do you assess our movement in that area?
The budget is currently slated to be back to you for at the next meeting for approval.
Okay, thank you, Councillor King. I think you missed one, but somebody want to catch it? Sorry, didn't come out the way I'd intended. Or maybe it did. Is there any other discussion on follow-up action list? If not, would somebody like to make a motion to receive for information? Councillor Penner?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion before us to receive the council follow-up action list as presented for information. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our regular agenda. Our next agenda item is 12.1, closed session, third-party business interests under FOIP, section 16 and 25.
Could we take a small break before that?
All righty, we are going to recess for a few minutes, and then we will come back to deal with that. into closed session. All those in favor?